our debt service fund, our capital projects fund, and CIP. We'll go through each of the departments for our general fund expenditures. This year, we revamped our presentation format. Just for those of you, it's a little bit different. It's focused on keeping it at a high level. We have deleted all of the detailed budgets from this PowerPoint and have them for you in your budget books. But directors will also focus more on high-level issues within their presentations about their programs, services, and also talk about any significant variances in their budget. As I will mention in a few minutes, every department budget saw increases in salary and wages and benefits. We will try to avoid repeating that 18 times today, but just wanted to draw that to your attention. Mr. Fields.
So this budget,
your microphone.
Probably aware, is keep maintaining the current tax rate. We increased last year's pretty significant discussion. One of the things in preparing the slide later that compares other municipality rates, last year, I believe it was 6 or 7 jurisdictions increased their tax rate, and which was 9 different tax rates, because a couple of those also had commercial and residential. So we were, and that was 9 additional in addition to ours. So a lot of local governments were in the same position that we're at. And again, residential rate, the 33.5 cents per hundred, and then commercial, industrial, and apartment properties, which I've abbreviated, it's too much of a mouthful, as you can just say. So there I abbreviated commercial et al. Probably as we go forward, we'll just be saying commercial. We've got slides, in a couple of slides, we'll talk about assessed values and the constant yield rate. Personnel costs, again, as the city manager just mentioned, they are up pretty significantly, almost $16 million. And personnel costs are by far the largest portion of the general fund budget. We're primarily our business is service oriented versus materials and supplies. We don't make things. So personal services are going to be a significant portion of almost every general fund budget. So we're not unusual at that. The overall increase of 1.25 million, that's 8.5%. The majority of that is in the 4.5% COLA that was approved for the union, and then that has been city practice to give that to all employees. In years 2 and 3, that goes down to 3%. And again, that 4.5% COLA, along with other steps and increases, will get almost all of the city employees to the 60th percentile level based on the comp and classification study that was done last year. And then the city manager just gave me a note, let me jump back. The budget, I give this little caveat every year, but the budget document, as you know, is 200 pages. There are little errors, if you will. I don't like to call them errors. And it's not in the budgeted numbers, it's in narrative. This year, converting from Word document to PDF, some things screw up. So I know y'all point some of those things out. We will get those fixed in the budget document, so just wanted to make you aware of that. One of them, again, it was in Councilmember Hernandez's question, asked about the prioritized survey. And it's like we didn't do the prioritized survey, and I looked, and the budget message included that line. And I told the city man, I said, I could have sworn I took that out, but at some level and maybe I didn't, but anyway, that's one we will fix. We opted not to do that this year. We've done it the past 2 years. Provides good information, but last year's information was basically the same as we got before, so we decided it wasn't necessary to do it this year. We can add that back in and do that again. I think we started in November or early December to have that feedback. So, just back to the personnel costs, if you remember, last year, we added $276,000 to contingency to help get all employees to the 50th percentile. So we don't have that. The getting us to the 60th percentile is all within the salaries and wages lines of the departmental budgets. There are 3 new positions. You can see them there. Each director that has one of those positions will talk in more detail in their departmental presentation. And then the one position, while it's a new position, it's not adding dollars to the budget. It's a shift from the city clerk's budget to the HR budget of position. The general fund, very flat. Just under 1%. That's $262,000 change on a $29 million budget is relatively insignificant. Departmental expenditures had a 1.7% increase. The contingency dropped quite a bit, although it's still at 195. I just mentioned that $276,000 was in contingency last year. I'll talk briefly about it in just a minute. We have transfers for debt in the general fund that go to the debt service fund, and then also transfer for capital projects. And we'll talk a little bit about that. ARPA fund this year, we are closing out ARPA. There are no new funds to budget, so you don't have to spend time today trying to decide where money's going. The 26 budget is basically built on existing programs, closing those out. Last fall in the budget amendment, you committed, obligated, contracted for Care Solace for the next 2 years, food service organizations for the next 2 years. So those are all put in the budget, but they're set, and we'll just be closing out. And then the rest is seniors-related expenses and finishing out the housing authority, the renovations to attic towers. The debt service fund, again, it's set, or the amount we pay in debt service is contracted. That is not a discretionary amount. So those amounts are set. The community legacy loan, most of y'all, unless you've been here more than 5 years, it's been 5 years since we've made a payment, but that started out at $450,000, I think back around 2009 or 10, and it was in non-interest loan, and we made $150,000 payments in 2015, in 2020, and now in 2025, we'll close that out. So debt service is up a little bit, but it's just for that. And then we've got the 2019 bond, which City Hall and Duval Field, and then the park and garage bond. Park and garage bond started out at $7.5 million. We've got more than half of that paid off, so that's good. And then the last thing is just the debt service to expenditures, a ratio that credit rating agencies look at for all municipalities. 10 to 12% is considered good by the credit rating agencies, and we're well below that at 6%, so that's good. So looking at CIP, again, this is going to be just high level. If you have questions, either as we go through, if you want to wait till the end of this presentation to ask. But the 2026 expenditures, again, I'm not going to detail all of those. You can see them in your budget book, but just highlighting College Park Woods Clubhouse, as you know, just had a the grand opening a few weeks ago. The North College Park Community Center, looks like we will be paying that amount to the county here in 2026. It was originally planned to accumulate the funds and make the payment in 2027, but we have the flexibility to make that payment all in 2026 if need be. Duval Field, again, you just broke ground on that. A few weeks ago, we'll be paying a significant portion of that, almost all of it in 2026, or we're budgeted to pay it all in 2026. The actual, I think, official completion date falls in September of 2026, which is 2027. But from a budgetary standpoint, all those funds are in there for Duval Field. Facilities Capital Reserve is a number of items. They're detailed items that total that, but it covers capital for all of our facilities. So like it includes maintenance and renovations to the Calvert Road property that we purchased a few years ago, St. Andrew's Rectory, YFS. So all of those, anything capital related is included in that $977,000. Streets and sidewalks, which is a combination of the Complete and Green Streets project and the pavement management plan, will be spending $1.3 million on all city streets and sidewalks. And departmental capital is at $100,000. Departmental capital is for items over $10,000 that would typically be in a particular department, but are not, they're an annual payment, not an ongoing project like Duval Field or City Hall. And the bulk of that $100,000 in communications, we've got $70,000 set aside in that to buy some two electronic messaging boards. Excuse me, sorry. Shouldn't have had breakfast. So that's the bulk of that. The other $30,000 is for things that may come up during the year from the departments. So that's the expenditure side, and I mentioned on the prior slide, the general fund has $2.5 million going to the capital projects fund, and that $2.5 million provides funding for a number of those accounts, not all of them. For instance, you won't see Duval Field is not on there because all the funding is already in Duval Field that we need. They also have some investment earnings, but again, that's just the funding side from general fund. There are other sources of revenue in the CIP. When you look at the detail sheets, there's program open space money, other grants, some investment earnings for the funds that are set aside there. So that's the funding side from general fund. On the revenue side, again, it's a balanced budget. So we had $262,000 and a 0.9% increase in expenditures. You're going to have for the budget same amount. So it looks like a small expenditure or small increase, which it is, but that's the net amount of two pretty big extremes. Or one is the appropriated fund balance that you did with the amendment of the 2025 budget last fall. That put $2.38 million of funding on its appropriated fund balance line. That is not a true revenue source. It's not going to repeat itself every year and can't. We've talked about one-time expenditures, and that's what that $2.38 million was. It put an additional, I think, $1.1 million transfer to the capital projects fund, which went into property acquisition fund to get that up to close to $3 million. It also paid some significant grants to businesses 3 of those had been approved in FY 2024, but weren't getting paid till 2025. So it included those, and then grants to, I believe it was the flats, $150,000. So all that's in FY 2025. That funding there in 2026 is gone for the proposed budget. It's at 0. We're not taking any money from fund balance to balance 2026 in the proposed budget. So that's this one swing way down. And then on the positive side, all other revenue in total went up 2.64 million. So again, almost offset that. Again, property taxes, not a rate increase, but just through the AV increase, we're looking at $935,000 additional projected for real estate property tax. The state taxes are all looking good. And I didn't mention it on this slide, but personal property tax, there was a question from, again, it may have been Councilmember Hernandez or Councilmember Whitney, asked about personal property tax. And that's one that, again, is up. We're already at April 2nd, we're already about $65,000 higher than we were all of last year. So that's a plus for this year. And then it will allow us to increase, because we're going to get even more, not a whole lot more, through the end of the year. So we can increase the revenues budget. And I think the city manager is going to cover that probably in your discussion at the end, but gives us some additional revenues to possibly do some other things. I don't want to give away that. Spoiler alert. So. Speed enforcement cameras is a big revenue source for us. The 3.3 million looks really good, and it is, but that is offset. And in public services department, there's a speed enforcement budget program, and the cost of that, we pay a contractor, a consultant, 1.8 or a little over $1 million to process all of those charges that get us the 3.3 million. And on the good news, that went down based on, in looking at the amounts we were paying last year, it was significantly more than we'd been paying. City manager got us to, and the new public services director, to bring Alchemint is the new contractor. We renegotiate and help us get those costs down. So that's a good thing. So real estate property tax, I just mentioned that. I put this formula up here. It's sometimes confusing how, where's the real estate property tax come from? And you'll hear us say it's 33.5 cents per 100. And, it's like, what does that mean? Well, I'm on the wrong. Oh, that makes more sense. So I put the formula at the top. And again, it's pretty simple. It's the assessed values, which we get us from SDAT. And you divide that number by 100. That's $100. That's where the pennies per 100 come from. So that number you then multiply by our tax rate, 33.5 cents, and that gives an individual property what their property tax bill is. So if you're ever wondering about that, that's a simple formula. But what we got from SDAT, the constant yield certification, tax rate certification, our total assessed value went up 3.916 billion. And on other, you'll see most of our estimates, my estimates in these, I'll put, 480K, and it was really 476,000. So you're rounding $4,000. So for purposes of this, when you're rounding that number, if I made it 3.9 billion, where I'm not showing $16 million. And while that's not a big number when you're comparing to billions, it's, in my mind, I'm like, That's a lot of money. So you'll see the extra decimal point there. Anyway, that total is up 243 million, which is attributable to that $935,000 of increased tax revenue. The residential is up 3.6%, and again, that's good, but because we have the homestead tax credit at 0%, it's not as high as it would be if we had it at a higher cap. So commercial valuation is up 8.8%, and again, that's a really good number, and I believe the mayor pointed out that over the last 3 years or 5 years, we've significantly increased our commercial rate if you look back. So feather in the city's cap and economic development and others for bringing in these developments. A lot of them come from the student housing projects, which y'all approve, hear about. We give some tax credits on a few of those, but the amount we pay in tax credit is a minor amount compared to the increases we see here. And then this is just a little bit of information, that formula for tax, just looking at an average value. It's not a true average. The true average of a house now in College Park is right around $430,000. That's more about a sales price value versus an assessed value. I had been using about $375,000 as the average, but I bumped it to $400 again, just to give you an idea. The tax rate, or the tax paid by somebody with a house of that, is $1,340. And I'm going to talk more about that on the next slide. I already mentioned homestead. Again, that is a great benefit to our residents that have homestead. A lot of places don't have that, don't give the cap at 0%. You see a lot at 4% and 6%, and there's some at 10%. And again, they're getting the full amount, or up to 10% of the appreciation of residential property. They're able to bill that as part of their taxes. We don't do that. Again, it's where we have the financial stability and the financial wherewithal that we can give residents that benefit. To the elderly credit, y'all approved that two years ago. This last fall was year 2. So got 2 years worth. Provides $150 credit. That may not sound like a whole lot, but that's 10% on that, over 10% credit on that $1,340 tax bill. And then this is just a slide we do to just kind of show the benefit, the cost benefit from that, the taxes that they pay for all of the services. And this does not include all services. We're trying to be conservative. This is just not a required statement or calculation at all, but we exclude like youth and family services, just saying if you're a younger resident, you say, well, I don't pay for those services, or I don't use those services, so that's costing me extra. So just to show, here's the value you get for your tax paid. Our total of services calculate out at about $4,500 is the cost of services provided to average residential property. Our tax, again, on a $400,000 property we just talked about, $1,340. They're getting an additional $3,000+ of benefit and services over what they pay in tax. And then this is the chart. We've been putting this in for several years. Last year, with us, we didn't used to put the commercial property rates, but when we looked at and investigated getting a separate commercial rate, we looked at the other entities in Prince George's County that have commercial rates, so we included those. Again, even after the rates change, we are virtually tied for first place, lowest tax rate in the county at 33.5 cents. The lowest is at 12, I don't know if that's 12 1/1000ths of a penny less. So residential rate, our commercial rate is by far the lowest commercial rate in the county. I think 18.5 cents lower than Upper Marlboro's commercial rate, and we're still right there. That commercial rate is still lower than most all of Prince George's County municipalities. So I think, so that concludes our introduction, and we would start into the departmental, but I'm going to turn it back to Kenny for additional comments, if he has any, or y'all's questions.
Any questions so far?
Any high-level questions? I was just wondering, do we know how many folks claim the elderly tax credit?
Oh, elderly tax credit, we do. I think we are now at around 310. I believe in year one we had around 276. That was, have a lot more. This past year for year two, we were around 45 new applications, which makes sense. You got in the first year, you're going to have the majority. And I'm going to guess that we'll have even fewer in year three. It was established as it's a 5-year credit, if you remember, so it's set to sunset in 5 years. Obviously at that point could, extend it, approve a different program, but it's around probably about 310.
Gary, thank you for the presentation. Going back to the state taxes, where you talk about the A&A, HOR, and all those tax distribution, you see an increase. As we look for forecasting for the next 2 to 3 years, do you think that's going to taper out and get lower, or stay the same, relatively the same?
Notwithstanding what's going on with the federal government and how that, well, let me jump back. I feel like that we're going to continue to see increases, people's incomes going up. Now again, and then go back to that statement. If the federal employees, how they're laid off, if they're laid off, and then how that affects their income, that could have or would have an effect. How much is difficult to say, but that would primarily be income tax. Hotel motel tax, again, we saw a dip during COVID, but that's come back pretty nicely. I think that would, is going to continue on a upward trend, maybe not, significant amounts. A&A tax, again, last year was a shock. Somebody asked about, Councilmember Hernandez, I think, asked about, budgeting and projecting and where and last year at this time I had in the proposed budget $400,000 or $500,000 for A&A tax. That's about where we've been. And then come year end, we got that extra $1 million. This year, we've already gotten that. I'm not expecting more, although there could be more. I certainly don't expect another $1 million. So anyway, that'd be my comments. I think we will still see a little bit of growth in those areas. So.
No, I appreciate it. And can you just explain what is the A&A tax in case there are people, residents viewing in the audience, so they can understand what we're talking about?
That is admissions and amusement tax. In most municipalities, that's from bowling alleys, could be golf courses, any type of business kind of entertainment related, ticket sales, and sporting events. And that's why our number is so big. We have University of Maryland athletic events, and so we get tax revenue from them is generated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary, and thanks to everyone who put these numbers together. Oh, this is really loud. With regards to the admissions and amusement, do we get any, because I know that's countywide, with the loss of the, or is it not, or is it just local?
It's each municipality. So
Right, do we generate any funds from the Commander Stadium? And are we gonna see an impact when they leave?
this, the city doesn't generate from admissions and amusement tax, no.
Okay.
From, ancillary benefits of people passing through to go to games, there'd be a little bit of that, but not A&A tax.
We do receive a benefit from, the hotel is the hotel for many of the professional sports teams that come in as well. Some of the ancillary things, the sales from Rally House on Commander's merchandise, for instance, we do.
Okay, and the other question was regarding the commercial properties that are coming online. Do we have an expected, income growth that we'll see as a city when, LV Collective comes online, and I believe there's at least another one that is in the works?
Yeah, those are all expected further out in 27, 28 fiscal year timeframe. So those are a couple of fiscal years out. Do we project an additional revenue source? Obviously, we do. We really don't have control of when those actually get delivered and how much we receive. So we're trying to be very conservative about it. And that's been our approach over the last few years, is to be very conservative about our approach in terms of what we are anticipating in revenues, simply because, particularly in the development industry, it's very cyclical, and they can turn on a dime. A project that starts today, as you guys know, Discovery Point, for instance, which is the mixed-use project north of the hotel, was projected already to be halfway complete. Well, we haven't even broke ground on that particular project. So LV Collective, same thing. They thought they would already be in the ground and moving. They're starting to move, but just moving.
On the new development, the staff actually did a pretty good job in putting together the list of all the new developments coming in the answer sheet. So if you could take a look, so there are about 10 new developments. Some of them are coming fairly soon. Some of them will take up to 5 years as well. It's in the response sheet.
If I could clarify just one point, the property tax revenue, that is a formula that we use. We get those numbers, the assessed values from the state, from SDAT, the State Department of Assessment and Taxation. And that number, as you saw the formula, that's what generates the tax revenue. We don't, like I just meant, or you asked about the income tax and the A&A tax on those. We're guessing, we don't have a control, but property tax, we will be somewhere around there. We could get a little bit more if something came online unexpectedly, but that's formula driven, and it's not really, I'm pretty confident in that number because we're not projecting it or guessing it. It's a formula, that number goes in, so just to make sure. And again, that is our largest single source of revenue at $14.5 million, I think was the number. Yeah, just about half of our budget, so.
And then the only other question on revenue was, are we expecting to get any revenue from the stop sign cameras that we've discussed on council?
If it worked similar to the speed camera program, yes, we would get revenue. That number I do not have projected into our revenue stream. He said it was something that's presented.
Stop sign camera revenue, yeah.
Yeah, the stop sign is a pilot as well, so that has to be renewed eventually and approved by the county. So I think we have five particular cameras coming online. I think it's a 5-year pilot period for that. So I'm not sure where that will go. I guess we'll see. Revenues, I'm not projecting that we're going to see significant revenues from that. I think initially we might see a little bit of uptick on some of them, but overall, it's really more of a tool to curb driving behavior than it is for us to generate revenue.
Improve public safety, not to make money.
I'm pretty sure that I pay the speed cameras.
John, please.
Just a quick question. Real property tax valuation by the state is on a 3-year cycle. Is that right? And does it all hit at once in College Park? Can you refresh my memory? Or is it gradually?
Usually I would say I'd have to look that up, but I looked into that a few weeks ago at the mayor's request. Almost all of College Park is on the same cycle. Is it Sunny? There's an area north of the Beltway, a small piece up there that is on a different Sunnyside area that's on a different cycle. Now, that one was just reassessed January 1. The rest of the city will be assessed next January 1. And I may have that flipped, but I know it's
I think you did, right?
either most of the city was this past, and the smaller one gets next January. But that's the.
Okay, I'm asking just because I think it illustrates just in the longer term sort of macroeconomic forecast with all the uncertainty that there is that are brought about by sort of decisions that are especially made at the national level. I'm just wondering whether we need to think a little bit about a little larger fund balance over the course of the next few years, or building up that fund balance somewhat, because if layoffs continue to happen among the federal workforce and that creates a sort of drop in demand for real estate and a price fluctuation, decline in price could affect decline in valuation for residential property as well.
Well,
And I realize that 2/3 of our residential property valuation is derived from commercial and apartments, but still, 1/3, flexing down would be bad news for revenues.
I'll let the city manager address the planning stage, but one nice thing, as I just mentioned about property tax, that's set for 2026. We know what we're getting, so.
And I think you hit a point that I always hit in terms of fund balance. I believe, yes, we do as a city to be responsible and need to look at increasing our fund balance as much in our reserves as much as possible. What we have not seen here in the DMV region is a drawback on assessed values, as in most other areas of the country did back in, I want to say it was 2007, 2008 timeframe, where huge fluctuations in those assessed values. So all of a sudden, when people are getting laid off, they're having to get foreclosed on their home, those kind of things actually affect the real estate market, and then that would affect our property taxes.
And one, piggybacking off of that, the 2008 recession, it took a year. It was 2009 when most of those hit. And I'm aware of communities that did lose 33% of their tax base, and what they had to do was significantly increase the tax rate. On the nice thing, not that there's any nice thing, but the tax bills were usually less than what they'd seen before, because the assessed values dropped 33%. If you did the same tax rate, they'd have a 33% lower tax. That's good for them, but bad for the municipality. So you'd just increase, I want to say you'd increase the rate to bring in at least kind of similar tax base. Not good, but that's one of the ways to combat that, to offset that.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Fields, how is it, can you explain how one portion of the city is assessed property tax at one point different than the rest of the city?
I cannot. It's those, My guess would be, I can ask that question of SDAT, my guess would be it was in the development, that maybe that wasn't developed. It could have been 25 years ago, and that when that new, new development came on, they set it up. But I'll try to find out the answer to that question. I don't know that I will find out, but that would be my guess, that it was a new development, and for whatever reason, it wasn't on the same cycle. I don't know why they wouldn't have put it on the same cycle, but
All right, looks like we don't have any questions. Kenny, do you wanna go to the next one?
Yeah, if we can
go back to the slide.
go back to the slides real quick here. Marcellus, you need the- So we'll go over the mayor and council budget and the major changes to that. For those following along in the audience, you can see that at page 36 through 39 is where the mayor and council budget is. Overall, it is down $719,000 compared to fiscal year 2025. Major issues within the budget: food service delivery down $100,000. We moved, as you all know, those expenses to ARPA funds, and we entered into contracts to fully obligate our commitment for those food service delivery programs, and those had to be done by the end of 2024, so by the end of December 2024. And so those, as Gary stated earlier, those are now fully obligated, and but that did save us from having to account for that in this budget for this year. The student housing subsidy, I did not recommend that. If the council wishes to add the $150,000 back into the budget, that is your prerogative. The Meals on Wheels build out, down $400,000. It's a one-time expense that's in FY 25. That is not included in this year's budget. The other is professional services. So as you know, many people may know, we hosted the International Town and Gown Conference, which actually is one of those events that actually did a number of things for both the university and the city, and our local businesses, because we was conducted at a time, I want to say the first week in June, when everybody is gone. Helps generate and bring people from across the country, actually the world in our case, that really help fill our hotel rooms, visit our bars and restaurants. So that's a very positive thing. So we're not hosting a conference. We're not hosting a ITGA conference this year. There is a conference which we are kind of sponsoring and leading, that is in College Park, which I believe Mr. Williams may talk about later, and we may need a few dollars for that particular conference. The other restorative justice, we reduced that $41,000. This is, again, was more of an issue of trying to make sure we could balance our budget. And when we talked with our personnel, $150,000 they felt was a reasonable amount of money to be expended on what the Restorative Justice Commission needed to do in this next fiscal year. We had a number of things that council has produced during this time frame. A lot of things that really aren't on there are some of the accomplishments that we've made toward our strategic plan and meeting a lot of our goals and objectives, which would not be reflected there. We held another additional special election. And Mr. Ranker, welcome. This is his first budget session with us as the city. And that's all I have. I'm open for questions on your mayor and council budget.
Any question? Denise? Oh, no, you're done. Looks like everyone happy. Jacob has one.
Thanks, Kenny, for putting together all the highlights. I just find it shocking that one of the highlights isn't the $275,000 from CP Cup. I understand we're in a conservative budget year and we're tightening the belt, but they're asking for 10 additional grand. And over the past like I see here, it started off at 200,000, 205,000, and now we're at 275,000 for CP Cup. Like, can you help explain some of that? I know I asked it, and like you sent us over the presentations from the March 2024 presentation, but like at what point are we gonna like either draw that down? Because as I understood it, it was supposed to become self-sufficient.
No, we, just to be clear, we, the $275,000 for the partnership is the same level of funding that we provided to them last in FY20 and FY25. It was the year prior to that. So in FY25, we added an additional 10,000, and that is because for the prior probably 5 years, we had not increased that budget at all to that organization. So the $10,000 was to pick up those additional costs that the agency was incurring.
I'm sorry, it says 205 in FY23, and then in 2024 it says 265. So that's an increase within that 5 years. So maybe I'm like, where did that increase come from? Or is that like ARPA?
No, so I think I said it right. Last year was 275.
Yeah.
That, if you're looking all the way back at FY23, then yes, there would be a $10,000 increase from 2023 to now.
Well, 65.
No, if FY '23 was 2,500.
205,000.
205,000.
So it's 55,000 extra.
Yeah, I think from FY '24 to '25, there is a $10,000 increase.
Page 39.
Yeah, but his
Right.
question was previous years.
But my main question is like, there's obviously an increase. What are we getting back for that $50,000 increase? And now, like, over the past, I want to say 3 years at least, and that we're calculating here, we've given like over $1 million. I'm just trying to understand what the city is getting out of this partnership long term, and if the university is going to, or if this 501(c) is going to be able to do it on its own, like away from the city.
So I'll answer it this way. It is an arm. So our portion of the 275,000 is half their budget. The other half comes from the university through a memorandum of understanding between us and the university. What they have, what they work on behalf of the city, there are several grants that they can apply for, and they can receive money differently than we can as the city or the university. So it is very beneficial to us, and I believe I provided some details about what they have accomplished. One of the efforts that we had on behalf of the city was our a down payment assistance program for people who live or work here in College Park. And one of the main beneficiaries of that is actually your district, for permanent homeowners who've moved there and get funded from the partnership funds. And they run a couple of different programs that are in there. We have several members of council that sit on the advisory boards. The mayor and myself sit on the actual board. And I'll say this, I believe, and it's probably in your questions packet, and what I will ask the clerk to do is make sure that we include the questions and answers as part of the minutes to this meeting, this budget meeting, so that public can have it available for them. But I want to say it's a little over $6.5 million or so that we're already looking at for them for this next year, that are either come from the state or the federal level in terms of direct assistance for grants.
Yeah, it's also, and staff did a good job again, putting together some of the highlights of some of the awards we received in some of our CIPs that came through CP Cup, a total of $5.794 million, including $3.79 Campus Drive Bike Lane Project, $2 million stormwater management, $1 million pedestrian bridge construction, and quite a few other small items. But you raised a good question about how they can become self-sustainable. And probably we can have a work session discussion on that, but it's a longer discussion conversation we can have.
Okay. Well, I don't mean to belabor the point. I just want to make sure that, like, note the concern that this is one of the largest budget items that we have listed. I think it costs the same to fund the utilities of City Hall for an entire year that we're giving to this partnership. So I'm just hoping that we can find an equitable balance back to our
I
residents.
I understand your point. It is it's not a insignificant amount of money. But we also have to think about how do we best deliver services? And sometimes that is when we deliver it directly ourselves, but there's a lot of other times we are not necessarily the best delivery method for a particular program or services that benefit our residents.
Thank you, Ray, please, and then Maria.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to say this about that. It just seems like spending some money to get a huge benefit to our city that outsizes the money we put in. But I wanted to pivot then to the emergency assistance funds. And obviously, we've in my short time, we've had a lot of attention on the situation at the federal level and the impacts it's having in our neighborhoods. I don't have a specific number proposal, but I think many of us are feeling that we need to be prepared to have more funds to assist people in our communities who are hurting, who are running into emergencies based on losing, especially losing employment. So maybe we can bring conversation around that.
Certainly. So at the end of the budget presentation, there's an item where we can discuss the mayor and council, maybe small wishes. I don't know, we don't have a lot of money left.
Now, I think we could take note of that, and when we get to that portion, then the council can have the conversation
Absolutely.
about what dollar amount that the council might be willing to entertain.
Thank you.
Regarding that. If there's any other areas that we want to at least put on the bulletin board to visit later, please, now would be a good time for us to take note.
Certainly. Thank you.
In the mayor and council budget.
Maria and Jacob again.
Yes, I also concur with Councilmember Ranker. So on page 38, when we give to the IFC tailgate program, that's a very important thing that we do in the city. I was wondering, because it keeps the parties not in the neighborhoods, which is a good thing, but I've noticed that with March Madness, which of course is over now, and the basketball and other sports, the University of Maryland is really building up their sports teams that we might think of considering doing stuff for other sports. And I'm sorry I didn't mention this before, but a resident actually gave me the idea just yesterday, and that they've just built a new as I drive here, there's 2 new sports things venues that are coming up, and the University of Maryland was just in the news about the fencing tournament we had here. So I think that it's important that we consider all sports and keeping the parties out of the neighborhoods.
Thank you. Do you want to comment on that?
No, I thank you for those comments. There's a lot that we are doing kind of behind the scenes between our communication staff, our economic development staff, kind of in this effort. So we are doing whatever we can to work particularly with the athletic department, because there's that ancillary gain for us as well. Every time somebody stays in that hotel, every time somebody eats in our restaurants, whether it's our catering services that are located in College Park, which we have quite a few of, that goes to benefit us as a city and keeps us thriving. So we have been looking at some of those other sports, women's basketball and men's basketball in particular, and we've actually even sponsored some of advertising to get people to draw to those particular games, and also working with the university to provide our residents with discounted tickets for that, so to attend those events. A lot of them are actually free, and it's just a matter of figuring out how do we best deliver that information and help the university get that to our residents so they could enjoy some of that benefit.
Thank you. Jacob? And
Yep.
then Denise.
Kind of a two-part question, but the first one applies to everyone here. The Meals on Wheels, if it's not included in the FY26, does the 400,000 that was put aside for FY25, if it's not spent, does it get moved to FY26?
No, our plan is not, it's a little bit different. There are some funds that we had, that were particularly earmarked by the council last year. One of them being the Flats project and the retail development, that 150,000. We would, bring forward an amendment to the budget later on in the year if by the end of June that has not been spent. We are not planning to do that if, now we had originally, so that 400 was a reduction from the original amount of, we had 800,000
In ARPA.
set aside for ARPA, and they had several years to be able to secure a facility. That did not happen. We hired some consultants. We had our staff try to assist them in finding a location, either lease or purchase. They haven't been able to do that. So I don't, how I look at it, that is not our responsibility as the city to make sure that they have funding for that particular purpose.
Understood, and I know that they get a lot of their funding from the federal government as well. So I guess what's gonna happen to that 400K? If it's not used in FY25?
Yeah, Gary can address it, but it's not in this budget.
Sure.
I was going to say just, and I believe it might have been Councilmember Rinker's question, for government, all local governments, and I think any government level accounting, general fund, and your appropriations that you make for the general fund are annual appropriations. Anything unspent at the end of the year, you'll see, for ease, we call it surplus, but that is the excess of revenues over expenditures. That money goes into anything unspent goes into general fund, adds to general fund. That's how we got to 36%. There are communities out there that have excess of expenditures over revenues, which people will refer to as a deficit for the year. That decreases fund balance. So that's the accounting rules. And then again, just to clarify, for the capital projects fund, those are ongoing appropriations. That's why we set those monies aside. So you will see in the capital projects fund budget, their fund balance at the end of the year basically rolls up as a funding source. We talked about appropriated fund balance in the general fund. That's not a thing. We don't do that very often. But in the capital projects fund, each year's fund balance is the funding source for the next year because you've appropriated those monies long-term for City Hall. That was in there for 5 years. Duval Field's been in there for a number of years. So those are ongoing and stay. And just the last comment, however, again, that's the accounting absent city council action. So you could, a good example is the student housing subsidy last year. That was budgeted in FY24 due to it didn't get approved until late FY24. We knew we weren't going to spend it, but what we did, that was part of the budget amendment, is you did take action to move that from 2024 into 25. So I guess you said, will that move to the next fiscal year? No, but then the asterisk, not without council action, so.
Okay, I just wanted to, honestly, the vehicle of how we address food insecurity in the city is, to use a word from Director Fields, is immaterial. Like, I would love for it to be Meals on Wheels, but I also don't want to steer away from making sure that the mayor and council is still like committed to doing that. And I think we have that support from council. I just was curious as to where the 400,000 goes if Meals on Wheels can't find a location. The only other the specific question I had, I think that you had referenced, Kenny, was to pick something from here if we're in the mayor and council budget. In speaking to Hollywood's principal this week, I understand that the Amplify, like tutoring program. I don't know if it's one of these tutoring programs or the literacy programs. They had asked for 42,000, and last year we gave them 40,000. I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss the train here, to make sure that it's 42 and not 40. Is that here or is that in your?
It is in the mayor and council budget. We do help administer it, but it's in the mayor and council budget.
Okay,
And
and it says
under
45
It's
here.
under literacy programs.
Okay. I know it says 45 here. I don't know why the issue.
So the way again, it's the way it's itemized. The 40 is for the literacy program. That additional 5K that the council approved a few years ago, it was for books for the Education Advisory Committee. So it went from 40 to 45. That's really a narrative issue. So there's 40 for the literacy program, and that additional $5,000 was approved for additional books for the Education Advisory Committee.
So if I could ask for 2 more, so 47,
$2,000 more.
$2,000 more.
That would be in your discussion at the end of the day,
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
if you don't mind. And I believe somebody else also brought me, I think it was Mr. Hernandez that you brought to my attention that this year we did not budget for any bonuses, for holiday bonuses in the mayor and council budget, which we did last year.
That was in the mayor and council budget? Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, that was the question. If there was any way we could put the bonus budget, or I don't know if that's a discussion amongst council or an end of the day discussion.
I want to say it's around an $80,000 issue. We typically, before that is expended, we bring that back to council to make the determination on whether or not to distribute a bonus for the year. And a lot of that is dependent upon what is going on in the realm of things, and if it would be appropriate for us at that time, if we're revenues are coming in okay, what's happening in the economy, all those things kind of are then for a later decision by council. But I will ask our staff to look into that and why we didn't put that forward, because that was in our amended budget.
Yeah.
To have that amount.
If we can include it, and then at some point over the next year, like as we have a better understanding of what our revenue looks like, we can make the determination, right, whether or not we want to expend it.
My practice is to bring that back to council, usually sometime November timeframe for each fiscal year, and then the council can make that determination.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a statement regarding back to Councilmember Hernandez's discussion about CP Cup. I think there was a actual document that CP Cup created that can be given to the newer members of the council members, newer members on the council, that discusses their mission and vision and their 5-year strategic plan. That may help for some of the future dialogue. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, Mr. Young, Kenny?
And we can go to the city manager section, which is, those following along at home can follow on page 40 and 41. For this year, it's up 135,000 compared to fiscal year 25, primarily due to the addition of a assistant city manager position request I have, and as well as the COLA adjustments that are made for all the employees that are affected.
Any question on that? Lachitra?
Mr. Young, can you talk about how an additional position for assistant city manager will be different? Yes, or how, I don't know if it's a different title, different focus, that would be helpful.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with, I'm really thinking of this more as a deputy city manager, chief of staff type of position. We we have a need to make sure that we have a continuity of operations at all times. Currently, with our structure, I'm not comfortable with where we are in terms of the personnel and talent that we have in place. Everybody has different talents and skills that are available. I don't believe we have some that we could utilize a little bit better in running our operations as a city. Some of that is in our outreach to our residents. Some of that is in our outreach to our partners. Right now, we are kind of stretched very thin in being able to accomplish that. I also want to make sure that I am not the only person that the city is counting on to be able to make sure that we're functioning, particularly under times of duress when we have an emergency. Right now, we're not equipped to kind of deal with that.
Jacob?
Thanks, Mr. Young. So I've received some concerns about this role, but I think it's more of a narrative issue. How do you envision, or what do you envision the day-to-day like roles and responsibilities of what would be a chief of staff or deputy city manager? And then just a second part question is, who would that city manager be accountable to? Would that be mayor and council, or do you envision that being a direct report to you?
Well, just to be clear, all staff, with the exception of the city attorney, are responsible and directly under the city manager. So yes, it would be under the city manager's direction. I would anticipate this position being my direct underlying report, and then have the assistant city manager continue with more administrative type functions within the city that are done now. We need particular outreach to many of our partners on an ongoing basis. All of you know the number of organizations that work here within College Park that deliver services to our residents, and the only thing a resident knows is, I live in the city of College Park. They don't know that WSSC delivers their water and sewer. They don't understand, Pepco. They don't understand Washington Gas and Light. I can go on and on with the number of agencies that we deal with on a daily basis. Pepco, ad nauseum, we deal with. So there are issues, many issues that are just at a level that we have to have somebody who's capable of moving those efforts forward. I'm looking at it more also as a position that looks more strategically in how we move forward as a city, and keeping us focused on the things that need to get accomplished, whether that's in property acquisitions, whether that's we've decided to look into annexation, moving all those kind of pieces forward, working with the school board, and many of you on council know the frustration in dealing with anything that we have to do with the schools. It makes us look like we operate so efficiently, and we do. We're very responsive. But when you look at some of these other organizations and what we have to do to make sure our residents are met with the best service possible, there's a lot that goes into that, and I just think we need to increase our capacity there.
And can you ask and this is my last question, but you've never asked directly for someone inside your office or space. I know you've mentioned it to some of us on council, but for the general public, is there a reason why you're asking for just a portion of the salary? Are you planning on hiring at the beginning of the year? Is this a temporary role? Just a little bit more of a description.
No. So how that works is I put in for to hire the person not at the beginning of July 1 of this year. We'd be looking at hiring sometime in January, so it's a mid-year position. So only having to account for the full-time position expenses related for half of the year. So that's what's in the budget.
So in the following fiscal years, this will be full-time ongoing position.
It would roll over to next year's budget if the council approves.
Please, Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is to Teresa, because she's been here a longer time period than some of us. But I think we teased this thought before about having an assistant city manager. And at that time, I guess I'm just trying to correlate the request now and the request back then. And this is when I first came on council. It was also in the same light of what Mr. Younger saying at that time, or it was more administrative?
No, I believe it was in the same line the city manager is requesting. That was probably several years ago. And at that time, I don't think we had the space for that person either.
Okay, because I know at the time, when I first came on council, that was with Joe Negro, and they were looking at a young lady, and Mr. Gardner was just hired for almost the same reasons back then as we're alluding to right now, because of the city. We're not the same city as we were before. So I just want to make sure that we all are on the same level of playing field, getting the information and understanding the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria? And then Ray.
I don't know, I've been reading my name for a while.
I'm so sorry, John. I didn't see.
So, I have a question on this position too. Do you see this person, how do you see this person interacting with mayor and council?
Yeah, that's actually one of the major reasons. Not just for myself. There's 9 of you, so sometimes I'll be getting hit twice at the same time, but not all the time. But I think sometimes I'm in need of another person to really be able to have access to mayor and council, in making sure that their needs are met, and we can communicate with the different operational departments on what needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on a different thing.
John,
John, hopefully it will be quick. We just heard that Mr. Fields is your last budget. So what are you doing as a retirement contingency? I thought that might be in here, planning for the fact that we're all getting older day by day, and some of our employees will be leaving. Are we planning to do some training and bring some younger people in, do internships? Is that on the radar? Just a question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not growing old. Maybe some others are. But the continuity of operations is always important for us. One of the Teresa, let me know when did we do the study of all staff and
That was
timeframe?
2 years ago, and we are just in the process of doing another succession planning, because we knew Gary was leaving this year. So, the city manager and I are in the process of that right now.
And as you all know, when I came on in late 21, we did not have a succession plan at all in place. One of the things that we noticed in the way we did it a few years ago, we had the planning director, Mrs. Shum, she was retiring, and we've replaced them. Mr. Ryan is left, and replaced him with Mr. Kokar. We replaced Ms. Shum with Miriam and Miss Bader, and we know we have several other senior positions to be able to do that. What we also know, and this is one of the things that we struggle with every day, is having multiple people that perform tasks. So right now, we only have really one person that does our accounts receivables and our payroll, for instance. So, and they're not getting any younger. They are getting older as well. And so that is something that I want to make sure that we have people in place that are able to fill in, and there's not such a big gap in terms of trying to fill the position. Some positions are very, very difficult, and as part of making sure that we were able to attract staff that meets our succession plan goals was getting all of our staff at that 60% of 60 percentile level for other like positions in the area. So that was, and one of the things that we will hopefully accomplish with this budget.
Thank you, John. Sorry, thanks for your patience.
That's fine. A couple, well, first, an idea when Mr. Fields retires, and I'm wondering how many interns it would take to replace you? Could we hire, instead of, since you're unreplaceable, could we just hire approximately 100 interns or something like that?
Is this like how many finance directors did it take to change a light bulb?
That's the opposite question. We already know that it takes 100. But the serious question is, the more serious question is, fully loaded, what is the salary hit for the assistant city manager? I mean, does that assume a 0.5 FTE? So next year we would be looking at, you know, if it's a $100,000 increase, it would be a $200,000 all-in salary and benefit amount? Or is that's just pure salary?
Yeah, I actually,
Plus the benefit.
we can tell you real quick. 218,300
Okay.
all in.
218,
No,
so that's
216, I'm sorry, my bad eyes. 216,300. That includes all the benefits that would.
216 includes all benefits.
All
So
benefits, correct.
Could be a little bit less, depending on which benefits are selected.
so then the salary amount, I mean, is
200, I believe. What is the base salary?
yeah. What's the
That
what's
would be the
base
full
salary?
year cost.
What's the base salary for a full year?
160?
Okay,
How much?
that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lachitra.
Well, two things. It may be less confusing. It's a little confusing for me when we refer to it as an assistant city manager when we have someone in place. So maybe we reference it as the deputy. Just in my head, I think it may be easier for folks. The other thing, I wanted to go back to Mr. Fields and his retirement. And it may be too soon to ask now, but are we anticipating an end of the calendar year retirement? It may be too soon to ask, but I'm trying to keep you as long as we
It's going to
can.
be closer to the end of this calendar year, so, and maybe, possibly very close. I haven't finalized the date, but.
Next
So
year,
it's still up to negotiation.
we're gonna let you go. Yeah, let's make sure you have a good retirement party. Jacob.
Mr. Young, are you planning on hiring internally or seeking like external candidates for this particular position? And if it's external candidates, are you looking for like a senior experienced person to be able to handle all those external relationships and internal within the city?
I'd be looking at both internal and external candidates. Particularly right now is a good time to be looking at external candidates, particularly in this region. Typically, we don't have that level of talent available. It's the federal government that attracts that talent first, and local governments second, well, actually third. Usually the county governments are second, and the local levels are about third. So, and that's just because of what those other organizations are able to offer in terms of support. But I think it's a good time for us to move forward. And I think I will take your suggestion as well, council member, on referring to it as a deputy city manager position as we move forward, and ask our finance department to kind of change that. Because it's something that you all have had conversations with me that you're trying to understand a little bit better. So we will make that change.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Kenny, please go ahead. Next one. Michael Williams.
You got the next one? So the next one is Mr. Williams.
Good morning. And I'm on page, for our listeners, I'm on page 42 and 43. So I wanted to just kind of run down the highlight section. We know what the salary and benefits are from the publishing of the of the budget, proposed budget. So just kind of talk about, there were some questions earlier in the week. I want to talk about the consulting and marketing ask. We are hosting the Maryland Tourism Conference this year. I think it kicks off in October. Also, we're hosting a biannual event for the Taste of College Park. So we're happy to kind of bring that to College Park. That's going to take some involvement and some money. Also, with this increase asking, recall that we're no longer receiving ARPA funds. So we're going to be spending more money in my department seeking partnerships and other grants, such as we had with the PNC Bank Foundation. Looking forward to working with the Prince George's Visitors Conference and Experience Prince George's, Southern Management and Cambria Hotel will host the Maryland Tourism Conference there. The big deal about that is, and you talk about spending money, we are going to have basically all the tourism officials from each county in the state of Maryland come here to College Park and talk about their unique offerings and what their towns and cities offer. It's dynamic. On the Eastern Shore, you have the fishing and the seafood industry. And then in the northern part and western part of the state, you have outdoor sports, skiing, and so on and so forth. So many of these marketing folks will come over and try to kind of, as I say, hawk their wares and let it be known about the highlights and attractions to their particular areas and counties in the state. So we're happy to have them. We'll be spending some money though. And then most of all, I wanted to kind of mention that, you know, the Big Ten, we keep talking about the Big Ten and that we're part of the Big Ten Conference. Big Ten now has 18 schools, and that include Maryland. So at any point in time, we're getting folks from all over the country now. And so our hospitality units have to be at their best. And many times, as you all know, we get calls for certain pieces of help and certain asks from our hotels and our restaurants. So I want to kind of keep that going. The key word is vibrancy, and it's something that is hard to capture in economic development. To capture vibrancy, that means people coming in and out, spending money, being consumers. That recently, we all know the problems that are going on in the District of Columbia, but even abroad, folks, the City of London is trying to recapture its vibrancy, and it's hard to do. So while we have it, let's keep it and let's not lose it, because it's very, very hard to pick up and start over again. So I just say that. So we'll be spending, our ask is to spend a little bit more on marketing and consulting. And again, Taste of College Park should kick off, I believe, July and January. I think that's the slated dates of that. We'll have to figure out the places and dates and all, but you'll be the first to know. Business attraction. I'll continue, and my department will continue to seek the amusement companies, and we've oftentimes people are coming up saying, "Hey, what about rock climbing or skydiving, something indoors and something more geared towards activity?" I think I've heard a lot about, well, we're helping the dining area a lot. So we'll continue to do that, but we are looking for to create and get a company in here that can offer some amusement and kind of adult activity or small people activity, kid activity. But we are forcefully looking for those kind of opportunities. I will say to you that space is a concern, and that's a priority to anyone that's going to come in and build out a facility to have outdoor or that kind of physical amusement in the sport. And that's where we got to, make sure that we have the spaces to do such a thing. So anyways, we're working hard in that area to do that. I wanted to talk a little bit about on business attraction. We've done an incredible job through our leadership and through Mr. Young and all of our staff to make College Park a destination, especially when you talk about Prince George's County. Our businesses, our new businesses, when they come here, they have to work through the entitlement process in the county. And it is, the counties, DPI is they're our partners, and we talk to them pretty much every day. But the entitlement process is a very lengthy and very challenging process. Recently, we did the grand opening for Prime Time. They put in about $800,000 in reconstructing that space, but it was a second generation restaurant space. They still had to go through a full lengthy process for the entitlements, the licenses and permits. They ended up spending an extra $110,000, $115,000 getting that, as well as not being delayed opening, which makes you pay rent while you're not opening. And it's a very tough pill to swallow. And so we when we're attracting people, we have to kind of track and spend a lot of time helping them through the entitlement process up at the county. We can't control it, but we need to be aware of it when we bring people in. And that's no shade at the county. DPI has oftentimes returned calls and helped us with certain matters. Business retention, again, the legacy funding. When we delivered the 5-10-year strategy plan, we talked a lot about the trough that we hit in the summertime and where our businesses go. So not until about 2 years ago, our businesses hung around and kind of parched themselves through the summer and dealing with, the foot traffic drying up. So what happens is that trough happens and that fall off of activity happens really after UMD's graduation, and then for the next 10 weeks is kind of dry. Well, now we're starting to see, last year especially, some of our businesses actually close up until September, until everybody comes back. And you got to kind of be careful of that, because we don't want them to close and never open up again. And so we want to be aware of that. And when I talk about legacy funding, these are the business and institutions that we know forever, and they really identify as College Park. And so we have to kind of keep an eye on that and be ready to perhaps fund some of the needs that these businesses have. And they could really be coming in the form of just payroll, lease payments, inventory is what comes to mind. And we'll continue to try to do that. Right now, the only source that I have in my department to pull on is our facade and business improvement grant. And that kind of gets kind of skewed because we go back and forth with some of our staff members. How much can we contribute to the signage on the grant? How much can we contribute to the interior portion of the grant? And so many of our businesses that are up north in Hollywood, they need help all over. And it's, we want to help them with signage. We want to help them with build out. So I'll be working with the city manager and Stephanie Anderson to see if we can get a little wiggle room or just some ability to make sure we can offer grant and assistance to basically for a cadre of things and not just signage. That it's not going to do too good for us. coordinator position, several have voiced an opinion to get my office another person in store. If that position is granted, that personnel will be used for outreach to agencies and to talk to and deal with our business groups such as DCPMA, Mr. Hugh and Mr. Hernandez. We've talked about trying to get a business group formed up in the Hollywood section, and so we'll be working and focusing more on that. That person will also help us with gathering relevant data for economic development purposes for both our businesses and our residents. And most of all, we pull on Miriam Bader's planning group for our grants. This coordinator position will also seek out and respond to some grant opportunities. Strategic acquisitions for redevelopment. I highlighted North College Park, but it's really all of College Park. We use these grants to kind of support. Our grants are to support and to stimulate the current businesses. But I think up in the north, specifically the intersection of Edgewood and Rhode Island Avenue, that kind of screams redevelopment. It's not a $30,000 grant or loan or so. So we want to kind of have think about some policy, some fund that could help us with some strategic acquisitions or the ability to move on some acquisitions. Late in 2024, we saw the transactions of a piece of Stone Straw and most of all the Moose Lodge that went away. And both of those locations are important for College Park, even though the Moose Lodge is not technically a part of the city of College Park, but it abuts our neighborhood, one of our neighborhoods up there. And these are the kind of strategic acquisitions that we need to think about, and having a coordinator or another consulting position or funding will allow us a little bit to be ready to move on some of those kind of ideas. The last one is we were thinking about CDC purposes, and what happens there is that we know that the state of Maryland DHCD comes out for the NED funding, and for those that you don't know that, and so that's National Capital Strategic Economic Development Fund. Well, the state comes out, and that fund is about, every year they do about $12 to $15 million across the state. And so what we want to do is position ourselves in the city is to be able to compete for some of those grant funds. When you think about those grant funds, you can use them for an array of economic development things, but what comes in my mind is being able to use some of those funds for demolition and some rehab of some blighted properties. I will wrap it up. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm wrapped up. Sorry.
Questions? I see quite a few questions. Denise, and then Susan first.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation, Mr. Williams. A couple things. To start with, as far as the offering business assistance to help people through the summer slump, I just wanted to say that there are many communities that have situations like that. I know, I lived in New Orleans for 10 years. The summer was an awful time for businesses. I actually moved away for the summer once myself so that I could continue I moved to Ocean City so I could make money, in the service industry over the summer when it was completely dead in New Orleans. Many restaurants plan to close for 1 to 3 months every summer in New Orleans in order to anticipate that. It was a very normal part of business. Similar in Ocean City, I'm sure there are several businesses that close, you know, in the opposite season, you know, all the time that isn't their high season in the summer. So for me, I feel like businesses coming to College Park should have that baked into their business plan, and they should be able to demonstrate that, you know, before we're giving them money to help through that. I just feel like they should be prepared to deal with that, because that's the reality of the business climate here. Although I recognize that you have been making significant efforts to bring us extra business in the summer, which I think is fantastic. I know New Orleans did a lot of that. They have Taste of the Cocktail, which is a huge international conference that they have every summer that has helped, you know, bring more business to the city in those slow months. And I'm glad to see that you're taking that same route to bring more people here. Friday Night Live is doing the same thing, you know, trying to bring people from neighboring communities here to celebrate. As far as kind of amusements that would appeal to all, I will continue to talk about temporary roller skating rinks that can be set up on places like the Plaza, where you could have like a Friday Night Live with a disco theme and have a roller skating rink. And you know, maybe it's even part of our Pride Festival or something like that. I think it would be fabulous, and I think people would come from all around to enjoy that. Another question, for the coordinator position, would it be possible for them, with that additional capacity, for council members to really point out certain properties in the city that they are particularly concerned about and would like monitoring of? I know some things we just don't hear about. They're like private deals, they never get listed, but just if that extra set of eyes and ears could help us do that and not have surprises about sales, so we feel more prepared. And I think that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. Let's focus on the numbers if we can. Begin that way, because we have a long list to go. Thank you. These are all very good feedback.
It's a part of whether I want the position or not.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again, Mr. Williams, for a great point. One comment, question I'm gonna piggyback on to my councilmember, Ms. Whitney, about the coordinator and giving us having us have a more proactive than reactive discussion about properties coming to the city. Would that person be able to work with the county? Parking, no, I'm not saying, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. But how can we possibly have information, both of y'all, don't look at me like that. Just to that point, to have the information more readily. Not saying you could, but the need for that.
Mr. Young, Kenny.
I think Mr. Williams wants to bite his tongue. So,
Don't bite your tongue.
I will, I think to answer a couple of the questions, yes, this position will help us monitor what's going on in the marketplace of College Park, particularly in the commercial and the industrial developments. Will that change the climate or how we deal with particular issues with particular properties coming available? That's really more of a top of a conversation with money in our property acquisition fund, which is hopefully
no
at a later time. And the county necessarily, it is an agency that we have been striving to do a lot more with, because we particularly would love to see them do a lot more in College Park than they have been doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the other point, just in regards to, you talked about the entitlement process, Mr. Williams. People have to pay more in order to get through DPI. I guess I'll take that offline with Mr. Young.
You know, and that is, the DPI permitting process is something that we help all of our businesses through. So that, again, that is just another thing that is kind of in the background that most of those on council don't see that Mr. Williams works on, particularly with DPI. So yes, that coordinator position would help him with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. John, and then Jacob, and then Maria.
Just a couple of very quick questions. The first is, with regards to, can you talk a little bit about why the increase in the consulting line? And also, what's farmers market consulting?
Sure, thank you. Farmers Market Consulting, I believe, Mr. Gardner helped out a little bit here. We used we actually pay our workers for their work, our coordinators for the farmers market. And so that certainly would fall under them being paid. And they're setting up, they're coordinating the participants and so on. So that's to answer that. Our consulting work has actually helped us identify some grant opportunities that came in this year, fiscal year 25. We kind of went outside of ARPA. We went to 300,000 plus another $75,000 in grants. And again, one-man shop. We need that help, and we kind of go outside and try to form partnerships. And so we do use in my department, I'd like to say, for the return that we get, especially being able to get grants out to businesses, it's a big return on what we spend on consultants. So that's what I do.
Thank you. And then on the slide, you had something about a community development corporation. I was looking for information on that
No, the CDC is commonly referred to. So one of the ways that you can apply for NED funding, which is again from the state of Maryland, the DHCD program, is the city could form a community development corporation, nonprofit, but I believe that some of the ways that you could go about applying for NED funding, we could also be a municipality. So,
well, the reason I was confused about that is because I didn't see mention of that in the budget. So is that just an activity that doesn't need funding that you're anticipating this year?
No, that would again be part of some of the expenditures that we would use in consulting and in marketing, trying to drum up some responses to these opportunities. I don't think since I've been here that we've applied, and then Miriam could probably correct me, but I don't think we've actually grabbed any NED funding for the city since I've been here. If so, I don't know about it.
And it was, and just so you know, it was Delegate Barnes that actually made our recommendation that we should be looking at some of these sources of funding. Particularly, there's another source of fund I think is a demolition type fund, and so some of those consulting services which we may need for some of the areas in both the northern part of the city as well as in Old Town, some of the older apartment complexes that are kind of out there's like a set of 3 apartment complexes that are in Old Town right now that are on the market. So that somebody may want to come in and build a new development on those. So there are opportunities out there for us, and there's other different sources of funding that we can go after.
Thank you.
Mr. Rigg, I'm sorry. Also, I'll send you a little swipe on the whole funding program for NED and some of the coordination and possibilities. So I'll send it to MCR.
Thank you. Jacob, the next is Jacob, then Maria, and then Susan, right?
A couple of questions, but and they're a little bit in different topics. So first, just to clarify, the 150,000 in this particular business retention and attraction, that's the one that's earmarked for the flats?
Gary, I don't think it is. The 150 is.
Right, so that's FY25s.
The business grants?
Retention, the business and retention is that the flats money?
I think so.
I'm sorry, is that the what?
Flats.
The flats.
No, the 150 for the flats is in the 531,000 in FY25. That's part of that budget amendment that added significantly to the grants. That's in FY25. The 150 that's in FY26 is just the Economic Development Director's funds to provide new grants, additional grants. They haven't been identified yet.
And just because I want to triple check, because this is only my second time, the 150 from FY25, if not spent because the flats isn't yet complete, will then we can move that to the next year?
Correct.
You can, and again, I'm thinking that one's going to get paid in this fiscal year,
Okay.
so you won't have to do it, but yes, it would be the same process.
Forgive
Yeah,
me for my protection of those funds.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. It's such a great property. We don't want to miss out on
Absolutely. Yeah.
keeping that vibrancy going. And while we're on the topic of vibrancy, 150 for this business facade and assistance grant for FY26 is going to be significantly less than we've had for the past 2 to 3 years. I think in just last year alone, we had 125 that we all approved for Rally House. I mean, it's just going to take one business of that caliber to ask us for that amount of funds, and we're going to deplete our business attraction and assistance. So I'm just flagging for everybody. I don't know if there is any sort of appetite to surge some sort of funding into this particular budget item. I'm mostly asking because, as you mentioned in the strategic acquisitions, which might be a completely different topic here, but to thread in one more similar but unrelated topic, we had the Route 1 corridor study, and one of the areas that was heavily researched was the Hollywood Commercial District, specifically on the corner of Edgewood and Rhode Island. They did the heavy legwork of creating what a vision would look like, and I think it would require a significant amount of funds to get to that point, but the payoff long term would produce an incredible amount of revenue once it's fully completed. I'm just asking the council to consider potentially doing a larger influx into the business facade business retention and assistance fund, mostly because I'm concerned that, you know, we might see a potential opportunity in the near future to try to bring, you know, a roller skate location or a rock climbing location. It's going to be well above the 150,000. I guess we can talk about that at the end of the meeting here today. And then the last question I had is regarding the full-time position that you're recommending. I see you've worked with consultants for much of your time as director, Mr. Williams, and I guess my question is, have we considered potentially increasing your consultant's fee, which is a one-time payment, instead of providing a long-term burden by having a full-time employee?
Sure. So I've actually spent a lot of time talking to human resources about that and Mr. Young, but I think we're on the path to do a full-time staff member and keep it moving. Mr. Young.
Well, just to be clear, this doesn't mean that we wouldn't be using consultants at all for the economic development portion. We have people that work doing consulting services for us with some of the different departments at the state level, in particular, that are related to economic development. And so I want to be clear with that. They've also helped us secure grants and that sort of things that are related to our economic development activities. But I don't see that they're the same as having an in-house resource.
Can I just help clarify? I'm sorry. I feel like I was unclear. Instead of consultants, could we do like a contractor, similar to what we did in was it Youth and Family Services, or we considered doing a contractor instead of a full-time employee to test out this particular role? I just think Director Williams has the institutional knowledge and has been doing this for quite some time, and for us to carry on a new role, like a new position here, there's a better way to use those funds long term. Thoughts?
Thank you.
Yeah, Teresa, please.
Yes. I think the thought was to give the economic development director some assistance because he's a one-man show. So with the coordinator position, it would help Michael in his endeavors in the city.
Yeah.
I think, just to make sure that I'm being clear, a contractor would do the same thing. It just wouldn't impose a burden for the duration of that employee's tenure.
I would disagree with that a little bit because a contractor is a contractor. They're not subject to us. We would have, particularly, it is hard to keep those contractors in line. We do a lot of that as a city, even in Mr. Williams' department. So it's still one person trying to oversee a lot of activities. We do a lot of that in our IT department in particular. That we provide services for. We don't add staff. So we typically don't ask staff until we actually know that it is something that's needed. And we think that we're at this point. We don't think we're at a point where it's contractors that we're looking at. It's not that we're against that. If the council decides that that's what they want to do instead of funding the position, then so be it.
Thank you. So you have a long queue. Going back to your question about the business retention grant money that has been gone down from 531,000 from 150. That's mainly because of the ARPA grant money we are not getting anymore. But you made a good point that we need to put more money. Maybe you can discuss it at the end of the discussion. So we have a long line. Maria, Susan, and Ellen.
I'm going to go quickly. I just have a quick numbers question. So in your budgeted items, did I misunderstand you when you said that we would have to come back and ask for money for the tourism conference, or is that in the budgeted items?
I believe that's in the budget. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
kind of the one of the big headliners.
Okay.
So it's there.
And then also the Taste of College Park is also in the budget.
It's there. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry.
And just another numbers thing that helps with the summer is incentivizing going downtown by, like not having parking fees. Are we planning to do that again? We always do that.
Right.
That's a thing. And just a really brief statement. So Mr. Williams went to a summer conference and some of us also encouraged him about tourism, and he went and he took off with it, and now we're having the tourism conference in College Park this year. So that's an opportunity for our city to really shine, and I'm looking forward to seeing that come to fruition because like Mr. Williams said, we do have a downturn in the summertime because the students leave. So we all can put our heads together and keep College Park very vibrant during the summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Massey, for that.
Thank you for bringing the conference.
And I believe that's in the marketing budget for economic development, the dollar amounts for that particular one. So I had to ask the question myself, where did we put that? It's in that marketing budget, which we had typically had at a much lower level to 75,000. But it's not just for that, but it is included in there. I know Mr. Williams is looking for it. If we need to find some additional funds, obviously, we also have some contingency dollars in the budget.
Thank you. Susan and then Ellen.
Cool, this will be very quick. The Community Development Corporation that you spoke about, first of all, which budget line would that be a part of if you decided to form that?
That would come pretty much from our consulting and marketing piece. We would be responding to a grant, and if the CDC is needed, we would form it. If not, then we may put it on the back burner. I just thought it was important for today's discussion for a budget to bring this up to let you all know, what are we doing? How are we, we're no longer on ARPA money anymore. So what are we doing to improve and to kind of keep moving? So no, it'll go through the consulting piece.
Thank you. And then, is it possible, it sounds like a lot of what the Community Development Corporation would do would be some of the same tasks that we look to CP Cup for.
Right.
And so is there a possibility that an argument could be made that CP Cup is kind of our Community Development Corporation? Or is there some other definition that has to be there?
You could certainly offer that, and it could certainly be considered. I'd like to think of a community development corp that would be erected kind of internally. I'd like to see my department play a bigger role in formulation and also what the purpose is going to be and what things we go after and what's important and what's priority and what's not. So that's how I respond to that.
Thank you.
Yes, you could offer that CP Cup could do some of that, yes.
Thank you. Susan, you're done?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Alan?
Thank you very much. Question on the assistant that you're asking for. If we were to approve that, when would you predict the starting date for that position?
Oh, for the coordinator position?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be publicized probably July. Whether or not we get the right person, that may take a little bit, but I'm suspecting that it may be, we will get a lot of responses for that. We're College Park, it's economic development, it's, it pulls on a lot of different disciplines from a person's background. So we publicize it, we go out on the street for it in July.
And would it be too much of an ask if we were to say, push it back to January and do half the salary this year?
Yeah, that's, thank you. I mean, Mr. Hughes, with all due respect, I'll leave that to the budget.
That to
Yeah.
what we're doing with the
With the,
position.
yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Mrs. Pizzuti, I mean, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So here's the summary. So we have spent 2 hours and we only covered 2 departments. We have 9 more departments to go.
Mr. Mayor.
The list. Letizia, please be quick.
So I do want us to have the discussions that we should have, and ask that we all think about that. But I do want to also point out that Mr. Williams is a one-man department. So where we're making suggestions about this position that's proposed, I would like that we all consider that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Looks like there is a broad support for it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, can we go to City Clerk's report now?
Yes, Ms. Allen, and I guarantee you our other departments will be a little bit shorter in our commentary. Yes. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
I was thinking about adding skydiving. Since the city clerk's office is nothing compared to economic development. We're on page 44. And the city clerk we haven't done anything new in our budget. We haven't increased our budget, and we're not looking for anything new. However, we do have one suggestion. We have our boards and committees reception every year. Due to many things going on, special election, loss of an assistant city clerk, helping the Prince George's County Board of Elections. They'll be back again in a couple weeks and gearing up for general election. We thought we would help some of the businesses in College Park, not just downtown, all restaurants in College Park. And so we have approximately 150 volunteers for the advisory boards, approximately 60. And then with their guests, it averages about 120. So we thought, instead of just honoring just 60 board and committee members who volunteer their time throughout the year, every month, every day, that we offer them gift cards. And we can do 2 things at one time. We can help the businesses in College Park, and we give an appreciation to our volunteers. So
I think
And that's
it's a
it, there's
great
no
idea.
changes, there's no changes. If you have any questions about the budget, please.
Okay, thank you. Chitra? And Denise?
Yes, Ms. Clark, I did notice that, Miss Allen, I'm sorry. I'm like, who's Miss Clark? I did notice the difference with staffing, and wanted to ask, and I know that that was shifted to another department.
Correct.
However, I wanted to ask if there is still a need for support in the clerk's office, because I got the sense that it's been difficult in filling that position, but difficulty in filling a position is different from still needing the support. So just wanted to be clear on what the needs are in the clerk's office.
This position hasn't been filled since the middle of last year. And the staff discussed it, we discussed it with the city manager. We felt that a full-time person was not needed at this time. There are times when we do these special elections and elections, we really do need the extra help. Am I regretting it since we opened up the Woods Club, the College Park Woods Club, because of all the phone calls and all the rentals? Maybe a little bit, but I think that's something that we're getting used to at this moment. I feel that if there's some issues and we are falling behind, which we'll get caught back up again, we have other departments that we can rely on that Kenny's not going to watch us sink.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Denise?
Thank you. So Ms. Allen, this one, you were looking for a clerk currently, correct?
That is correct. We have hired one.
Okay.
She begins on the 21st.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. And then with your idea, I think it's a great idea in regards to the gift cards. I don't know about my colleagues, but I think that's very 2 for 1. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Alan, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you. About the volunteers dinner option there, would it be possible to survey the committees of a preference? Because I know that, I mean, I don't know about the rest of council, but for as long as I've been in the city and I've not been on council, I've been on multiple committees. And, you know, I know that there was a lot of anticipation and enjoyment of the socialization of, you know, meeting with the other committee members and you know, just communing together. It was an event we all, you know, felt was good conversation. So to change it to just being a gift card and not having that social element, if that's, you know, something that would not disappoint the committee members, I would be more confident about supporting. But I would, yeah.
Of course, we're going to have the communications or the events department, they want to have a party. The Board of Elections is going to probably say, no, I'll take dinner and put my feet up for the rest of the evening. So you're going to have the balance, but we can do that survey.
I think some of the struggles we've had are in the increasing cost of providing an event space. Last year, we had pivoted and had the event here that because we had traditionally had it, I think, at the golf course. If we're looking to try and to have this number of people that you have to have that can fit, there's very few places in College Park that you can actually accommodate that without significant expense. So whenever we do anything at the hotel, that is a significant event, cost to us. The other thing is we can never seem to find the right day that everybody can make it. So I do understand that, and I have received some people who would prefer to see it remain in place, how we've done it in the past. That is another activity that our clerk's office would be doing during the elections cycle. Perhaps there may be something off election cycle where we do an in-person type event. We're flexible. You know, what's council's desire really on tackling that?
Susan and Maria.
Okay, on that note, maybe we can kind of combine our resources, and maybe we could name one of the Friday Night Live events as our volunteer recognition event and bring up, invite all the volunteers. Maybe at that event, we present them with their gift cards in person, we bring them up on the stage and recognize them, and then we can publicize how many people we have in our city, like to the rest of the city, that really help us make this town run and give us our ideas and really talk publicly about what these people do for us and what they bring to the council.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order. Can we, I think this is great conversation, but I don't know if it affects the budget piece of it. So,
Yeah, it's kind of operational. Maybe you can send the comments. It's a good point. Trying to, but these are good comments.
I will do so, thank you.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. So these are good comments. Please take them.
Thank you.
You can decide later on.
Thank you. We'll get back with you.
Just as we continue, I think if certain items are discussed as part of the budget and are brought up as an idea, I think at that point it's open for discussion. That's just my opinion.
These are good feedback. It's only.
I concur.
Thank you. All right, that was helpful. Seeing none. Can I go to the next?
Sure. The next one is the city attorney's budget, which starts on page 47 and 48. Very few changes this year. It is up $39,000 compared to, Marcellus, if you have I can switch the screen, that would be great. Yeah, it's up $39,000 in FY25. We experience about $23,000 to $25,000 in legal expenses per month, particularly for our what I call our general counsel, Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Foreman, that deal with the city. We've utilized their services probably more than we did prior with our former city attorney, Ms. Ferguson. However, we still do retain Ms. Ferguson to work on a number of the PEPCO rate cases that's still going on and some of our PEPCO related costs. We also have some cost on occasion if there's a conflict between our general counsel's firm, Ms. Anderson's firm, and where they represent the developer as a client, we then have to find a different attorney to kind of represent us. So that's where you're seeing that increase. So we increased the budget just a little bit this year, knowing that we also might have some issues that we may have to litigate, particular to PEPCO.
Okay.
And State Highway.
So there is a 16% increase from the budget. Any question, Chitra?
Yes, Mr. Young, do we have any idea of how long we may need to retain Ms. Ferguson's services related to PEPCO and these other items that she's still working on?
That's a great question.
I know.
I would anticipate it's probably going to be another 6 months at least at a minimum. And Leo can correct me if I'm wrong, but the dollar amounts that come in for related, we are sharing those costs with like 28 other localities. So the cost is much less in respect to that.
Thank you.
However, with PEPCO, if we may need her assistance, it will be something that we may have both sets of attorneys working on, both Ms. Anderson and Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you. Can I go to Mr. Fields, Finance?
Thank you. The Finance Department budget is on page 49 through 51. And our budget was basically status quo, except for the salaries and wages that have been discussed already. The Finance Department, I use the analogy, we're like an iceberg. So only a little bit at the top people see our cashiers, our fiscal support specialists. The rest of the work is all under the water and behind the scenes. And if you think about news stories, finance, you really don't want to hear about, because when you hear about finance, it's usually a bad thing. City manager read a brief article to me yesterday about, again, financial improprieties. So when you hear about finance department, you don't want to. When you don't hear, you say, hey, good job. So But within our finance department, again, we wear a lot of different hats. On page 49, our staffing consists of 8. We have the 2 fiscal support specialists. As a city manager, we only have 1 person for each of those. We do have backups for the roles for payroll, for accounts payable, so that if somebody's out or gone, we can still carry on those operations. As far as highlights go, I think that our GFOA awards for the budget and for the audit are kind of stamps of approval from an independent agency that say we're doing the right things. We do a good job, and again, that it gives some assurances to you, to the public, that finances here are in good shape. The one thing, again, just in terms of the budget, we implemented or budgeted for a convenience fee to recoup some of our credit card costs. That's taken a lot of time. We're still working on getting that implemented with the bank. We do expect to get that implemented shortly. Again, it's a small fee to each credit card user, but again, it will accumulate to, the plan is to be about half, recoup about half of the credit card costs. So be happy to answer any questions should you have them.
So there is no staffing change. Any question on the dollar amounts? So there's, looks like pretty flat, right?
Yes.
Mostly. Thank you. And Mr. Young is right, things are moving fast. So let's go to the next one. Human resources?
Yeah, I thought at this time we probably would need some visual. And good morning, Mayor, council members, and this fabulous leadership team. The HR budget is not changing much, but as was mentioned, I'm requesting that the position from another department be transferred to HR so we can utilize it in HR. Our accomplishments this year, the huge was the negotiation of the union contract, which took many hours. Also, if you look at the photos, we had some team building activities. One is from the escape room, and the other one is when we bowled against City of Greenbelt. Although we gave it our best effort, we lost in each event. But we work together as a team, and this prevents burnout that most of us are feeling at this time. The next is my diverse staff. I couldn't do all that we do in HR without them. My challenge is not having enough staff to provide all the assistance that's needed. We have 130 regular staff, 65 contract employees, temps and seasonal employees, and the HR duties are only managed by me and Ms. Rodriguez. The world of work isn't just changing, it's being rewritten in real time. Artificial intelligence is reshaping jobs, compliance is shifting, the expectation for workplace culture, inclusion, and employee well-being have never been higher. And in HR, we expected to have all the answers. With all we have to do, it leaves very little time for strategic planning. Our future projects, among others that's up there, is the Maryland Paid Leave Law, also known as Family and the Time to Care Act. I'm sure everyone has heard of it. Like the federal FMLA, this leave also provides an employee with 12 weeks of leave. The premium cost for this new law was to start on October 2024, with the benefits beginning in January of 2026. However, the Maryland Department of Labor recently announced an 18-month delay in implementation of the Maryland Time to Care Act because of their budget. So the new dates, the key new dates now are January 2027 for employees and employers to contribute toward the plan, and January 2028 for the benefit to begin. So family is funded through contributions that employers would remit to the state on a quarterly basis. The contribution amount is based on payroll. You may withhold up to 50% of the total contribution rate from the employee's check. So 0.90 is what they came up with, of covered wages up to the Social Security cap. So half of this .90 will come from the employer and half will come from the employee. We joined a collaborative with MML, MAID, and MACO to help us navigate this new law, just to make you guys aware of what's coming on the horizon. So I can take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Let's see. Maria and Denise.
I read this, and it's really hard to understand. So I understand your confusion. So will this include, for lack of a better term, family leave for both spouses in the family?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that that was, that
Among many
others.
family members.
Honestly,
Yes.
to tell you the truth, I think we almost need to have some education on this, because I read it and it was very hard to understand.
Yes.
I just didn't understand it at all, so that would be my suggestion, that we might need some education on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise.
Yes, thank you to my colleague, Ms. Mackey, talking about the education part of it, because it is very intense and a lot to unpack. I guess my question would be, when you talk about the fact that by 2027, employers have to contribute, how is the city preparing for that? And then number two, as the benefits begin in 28, do we know how many employees that may affect?
It's going to affect all of our employees,
106.
whether you live in another state, but you work in Maryland, so contributions will have to be taken from
For all 130?
all employees, yes.
Thank you.
So we are preparing for that. We've been working with Gary, but this law has been changing. So until they finalize everything, it's kind of up in the air right now.
Yeah, obviously operationally, it will have an impact to us. Just the normal federal Family Medical Leave Act is a challenge in terms of working with some of our employees and getting them here to work. And I think every organization kind of struggles with that particular law. But the Maryland one goes much further and applies to many more people than the federal law.
So my last question, and it's a little bit different. So as we look to prepare for this, this will be also going laterally as we look to continue to do the compensation for staff to get them to the level.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Well, one of the things, so for the union contract that we just negotiated, contributing to the family portion, they had initially asked us as the city to pick up the city's portion and the employees' portion. Our contention internally was we want them to have skin in the game as well. If they want to utilize the benefit, the employee should also have to put in something and not all the burden be put on our residents of the cities. But it is something that is contemplated by the union, that at some point they would like the city to pick up that cost. Again, that'll be another sticking point in the future.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Lachitra, and then Jacob.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the added position, and I believe it's about capacity from what you've just shared, but wonder what in particular do you anticipate this new position focusing on? And you talked about the fact that there's not enough time to really focus on strategic mission. So just wanting to, I guess, affirm that what this individual may do is help capacity and help for some strategic focus.
Well, actually, the strategic focus would fall on me. However, some things will be taken off my plate. Tej, one of my other members, she handles the internal projects and events on a part-time basis. I have another staff who handles the risk and safety, including the accidents and workers' comp, And Kayla, you know, she handles 99% of the restorative justice. So some of her duties, internal equity, falls on my plate because she doesn't have the capacity to do it. So this person, it won't be a new position, it's just a transferred position from the clerk's office. It'll be new to my department, and they will just assist me in handling the duties.
Thank you. And this new position is not really adding any dollars because it's moving from city clerk's budget to your budget,
Right.
right? Am I correct?
Right, it's just a transfer.
Thank you. And Jacob, you're the last.
I think we need to add an item for the budget here to do some coaching in bowling. If we're losing a green belt, I just feel like that's not going to be doing. I can't take full credit for this.
It was a bad day.
Oh, so the HR shared with us that they had a bowling match with Greenbelt, and they lost. So I'm hoping that we could get some
Mayor and
assistance.
council join next time?
Jokes always land better when you explain them 3 times. So, all right. With regard to capacity, I'm wondering, like, what exactly this. Like, I know that we're not increasing the numbers, but like, what is the day-to-day role going to be in your space than it would have had been in the assistant clerks or the clerk's office?
I don't know what they were utilizing the position for. However, it would be like an executive assistant for me,
Okay.
but not on that level, on a lower level.
I just know that some of our other projects that fall within HR, to include some of the restorative justice, had been somewhat overtasked, and I just didn't know if they were going to share some of that
I'm
responsibility.
sure she will assist me with internal equity issues because Kayla doesn't have the time at this time.
Right, there's just 2 different spaces.
Right.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
I could kind of answer a little bit of the question. The former position that was in the clerk's office was actually set to assist mayor and council with some additional administrative duties that mayor and council were asking for. That was not working well, I'll just say that, and it really wasn't making that particular service available. So I wanted to pivot that to HR. What I have asked LaToya, who's my assistant, to do is start seeing how we can assist the mayor and council with her time as well. So there's always a need for memos and copies and all kinds of other calendar duties, in particular, making sure that certain things get on your calendars. So I'm asking her to kind of fill that role and utilize the existing staff that we have on board.
Thank you. Make sure to reach out to Latoya if you need any assistance from. Thank you. That's all we have, looks like. Thank you. Keep up the good work. All right, we have 2 more before we take a break. How about that? Rena and Gio. Rena, please, communications.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My budget starts on page 56. It has been a busy year for communications and events. We've had 12 municipal scenes go out, 12 inserts in the here and now, 51 weekly bulletins, over 20 events. And so quite a bit of this year is just kind of like maintenance of it. For instance, our costs for events have risen primarily due to accommodate inflation. As you know, prices are rising, and unfortunately, our events that hits for them. But we are adding, for instance, our Lunar New Year event, our Bailamos, and we're having the return of our car show, and amongst quite a few other events coming this next fiscal year. And part of it is also that we put a call out for volunteers for every event, but unfortunately, we don't get a lot of volunteers that come and help, particularly adult volunteers. If school is in session, we may get high schoolers, but high schoolers are great, but they can only do so much. So part of the cost that we are asking for this year is to have additional day of kind of event help. You know, that is with setup, cleanup, you know, take down, you know, put up, all that kind of stuff, so that we as staff can focus on things going on, because events, as you have attended, can be sometimes a lot. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces, so we want to make sure that we can spend as much attention and focus on those. And so having that help where we don't have to dedicate so much staff time to that would be tremendously helpful. So that's why you'll see that increase in cost. We are also, we don't have any consulting costs this time because we are doing the survey within this fiscal budget, and it'll come out this September. So please, if you receive it, fill it out and tell all your residents to do so as well. And then I think just the farmer's market, which is just kind of a rearranging of the costs, but it's not really decreasing. So that's kind of it. I'd love to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So see, John, Maria, let's go from this way.
The hands raise up.
Yeah. Yeah, and John, please go ahead.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. The first is, and I believe Kenny and I had a sidebar to clarify. It sounds like the farmers market staff is paid out of this and not out of economic development. That's the.
Yeah, it was moved over, I think, last budget cycle.
Okay. All right.
So yes.
So it sounds like in the economic development, that's an artifact. I'm not sure I'm not sure there's consulting, or maybe there is a farmer's market. In any event.
It used to be before, then I moved.
I'm confused about what we're actually spending money on here. Can somebody clarify?
In economic development, it's related to consulting with the farmer's market, and maybe that needs to be, the wording needs to be pulled out. Maybe that's not part, but the farmer's market costs are now in communications special events.
Except for consulting.
No, excuse me, I don't believe there's any consulting money for the farmer's market.
I think the narrative
economic
in the
development.
consulting budget needs to be, that's one of those things I think I did not get changed or didn't delete that wording from the narrative.
Okay, that's helpful,
Okay.
thank you. That's not a problem. And then the other question I have, and Ms. Quinones, I believe you've seen some of the email traffic too. There's an active group of residents who are really interested in seeing the city have a larger presence during, or a larger event during Pride Month, or an explicitly or near explicitly Pride Month oriented event. I recall that we did that back in 2022, but 2020, I think it was 2023, it was rained out.
Yeah.
Or maybe in 20.
We
no,
did it in
20 we did
2023, and then in 2024, I think it was rained out.
One of them was like, in any event, one of them was far more muted on the Pride side, and people really noticed that. So I'm wondering, is the intention, like, do you need additional funding to be able to make that work, or can it be, can it work within one of the existing events?
So we are looking at doing quite a bit for Pride this year. We're working with the Stonewall Museum, and they're bringing an exhibit here that will be here for the month of June. So we are in the final kind of stages with that. So that'll be very cool, and it'll be about the Stonewall riots. And so that'll be a good educational piece that we will bring to the city. I know we are doing stuff for during our Friday Night Live. You're absolutely right. We did have a very pronounced Pride a couple years back.
That's what it was.
Event at Friday Night Live, and we are trying. One of the things that we're trying to do is not only kind of celebrate the month and celebrate everything going on, but making sure that we are attracting people to come out and participate. So that's kind of why we're working with it and trying to, I know we'll have swag, I know we'll have different things for it, but we are in the process of trying to figure out how best to do it. I know we are also talking about having banners like we did for Black History Month and Women's History Month on our City Hall building, and doing other things to commemorate Pride as well. So,
Okay, but it will be a focus of one of the Friday Night Live during Pride Month, which I believe is May. Is that kind of the
no, June.
June.
I
Sorry.
think, yeah, so the June Friday Night Live will have that as a focus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maria?
Could I just get an explanation on the election event activity?
So, so we are trying to help turn up the vote. And so we are trying to figure out ways to encourage people to come out and vote. Some of the things that we've been looking at what our neighboring jurisdictions are doing, like Hyattsville had a thing where kids were voting, was hot dog a sandwich. You know, if we did something like that, you know, some sort of either event or activity or special thing to commemorate people voting, would that help increase our turnout? And so that's something that we're looking for. We haven't exactly figured out what we are doing for the November one, so I don't want to give everything right now on it, but we are working towards how we can help basically get more residents out to vote and how to increase that.
Thank you. So before I go to, I believe, Lachitra, I don't know if I had a chance to talk to you first of all, I appreciate the banners you put in, I believe on Women's History Month and also Black History Month. Those are fantastic. It looks pretty nice. I was wondering, in June, you also Mayor and Council makes proclamation for Immigrant Heritage Month, and so if we could do something like that, without spending a lot of money, put some banners or something. I don't think we actually do anything for the immigrant community. I know we do something for other communities, but not for the immigrant community in general. So, because this is what the Mayor and Council actually makes proclamation on, so should be easy for you. Thank you. Susan?
I guess my main concern is the impact of tariffs on costs of everything. What is our planning in the face of that? Would we just possibly, if things get out of control expensive, just have to pull back on the number of events, as the year proceeds?
It's very hard to know, honestly, at this point, how the events will be affected. I feel like all this stuff is whether it's the tariffs or inflation, it's kind of happening in real, kind of like Teresa's time, I'm going to steal her line. It's happening in real time, and so we are trying to tackle that challenge as it happens. I think it's something that we'll have to see, and if we have to start making decisions on how to, make sure we stay within budget and, still provide the best and highest quality events and things possible, we're going to have to figure that out. But at this point, it's very hard for me to say what exactly it is and what will be affected. I'm sure promotional items in particular will be hit because most of those come from China. But it's hard to say in terms of activities and things that we source out in that respect, how that will be affected.
But do we have a lot of our hard materials? I know we already own the banner, the General College Park banner, things like that. Are there a lot of things that we already own that we don't have to worry about it, or?
There's definitely some things that we already own, and we try to source locally as much as we can, to be quite honest. But you're right. I mean, we do get banners made for every event, and because the dates change, everything else, we have to usually get new banners. Or, we have to get different costs or different things for, depending on the event and what it requires. So, yeah, there is definitely a potential, and we've tried to put enough cushion for this year to accommodate for it, but I don't think when we were planning, we knew the tariffs were coming like this. So, I think we'll just have to take it as it comes and figure out how to do this.
Thank you. Who's next? Is it Lachitra? Sorry. Jacob, you didn't raise your hand?
Thanks. I absolutely want to foot stomp, some of the recommendations that my fellow council members have made regarding threading some of the events that we have and just taking an opportunity to either highlight, whether it be the volunteers or flat out calling it Pride event. It just doesn't seem like we need to be careful with the wording. I think if we're going to make a commitment, let's make a commitment all the way. Because we did with Latino Heritage Month. And I think that was extremely welcomed by the community. And we saw that in, I think, the attendees that I think we had originally expected 150 and we brought 500. When we lean in to the issues that matter to the residents who talk to us, I think that we really are going to see that return. Super encouraged to see the Latino Heritage Month event come back. On the budgeted item, I also am excited to see the city logoed apparel to sell. Hopefully we can make that into a major revenue stream. If not, it's still fun to have. Could you take a second and help us better understand what the Spring Street Festivals are going to look like and where you anticipate focusing a lot of those events?
So this is our first year doing it, and so it will be on May 18th. It'll be by Davis Hall, the Department of Public Works, so we're using part of that parking lot, and we'll be also doing a bit of a street closure. We're trying to mitigate the street closure as much as possible to lessen the inconvenience of our residents, but it will be there. We'll have lots of arts and crafts vendors. We've already reached out to quite a few. And so, and we're really kind of focusing on like kind of spring type things, like whether it's arts and, you know, like, I know we're doing arts. I know we're having, I think we're trying to figure out if we can do some kind of like petting zoo with unicorns, like stuff like that, to make it like a really kind of fun spring May Day kind of feeling. And so we've also reached out to some of our local restaurants about doing cooking demonstrations and having that during the event where they kind of showcase a bit of their food, bit of their culture, and show how to make some of these foods. I know we'll also have food vendors. So we also didn't want it to be the same as, say, for instance, Friday Night Live or College Park Day. We wanted that to have a very different feel. So there's a less emphasis on music. There'll be some acoustics, but it's not kind of like a band kind of event, but it is very much like a spring arts fair with lots of different kind of fun springtime activities. We're hoping to have things about plantings and pollinators and seeds and all that kind of stuff. So we reached out also to our committees, through our staff liaisons, about participating that as well. And so one of the things that we were really excited about the idea of this event is trying to also move it every year to a different location within the city. So maybe this year it would be in North College Park, and next year it could be in Lakeland, you know, and then kind of moving it to the woods and stuff like that. Because one of the things that we hear from our residents is that they would love to have more events in their neighborhoods, which is why I think they like the game nights so much, because we're bringing it to their neighborhoods. And so that is one aspect of it that I think is pretty unique. And so we're trying to see, we're looking at doing that for the future. And I think that'll be a pretty cool aspect of it.
No, I certainly like the movability of the event. I think that's something that we had talked about in council last year, to see if we can program some of the other parts of the city. We could probably do that with Friday Night Live too. We'll just find other places, you know, to start moving them around. I had to. So the only other last question I had is regarding the Spanish-speaking resident guide. I'm having the hardest time having conversations with some of our Spanish-speaking residents in terms of promoting the many resources that the city has. And I look around and I'm thinking, well, we have a city residents guide, but for the Spanish speakers who are already having a hard time getting involved, all I have is a link, right? All I have is something virtual. How much would it cost for us to be able to print, to include in the printing process, a Spanish-speaking resident guide? And I understanding completely that we don't know where everyone is, but as long as we have it, or a percentage of them, so that we can start getting more and more folks involved that typically wouldn't be involved in the city events or applying for homestead, you know, all of these different resources that we're already paying into. It's just folks aren't aware of them.
Right. So I think, so we do, as you know, translate it into Spanish, and we do have it printed on demand. To print it out individually, they have to create new plates for it. So every time we do a printing of it, because it is it is a press printing, they have to do like new plates. They have to do all the stuff for it. So the cost, even for say like a couple hundred, will probably be per issue, and we do it twice a year, about $5,000 at least, and that is just like for each one. So if it's something that we wanted to do or look at, you're expecting at least, I would say, between, you know, 5 or even 7,000 each time that we print.
And that's just compared to the 53,000 that we do for all of the residents in College Park, correct?
So yeah, the 53 is for all the residents, but it also includes like direct mailers, because a lot of times for new programs and services, we also do direct mailers too. So that the 53,000 includes that
like
as
the
well.
postage. Okay.
Yeah.
I think in this, so the 7,000 would just be the printing.
Yeah, the printing for our resident guide is, you know, postage is expensive, and it
Right.
keeps going up every year. But it is because it's a magazine, and it's a nice like quality magazine that can mail. It has to fit certain parameters, and that's why it's that cost.
And the last question, just because it kind of came up here, and maybe it's for a further council discussion, but I don't know how exactly the city takes on mailing. There's obviously some neighborhoods where there's going to be more seniors, or we at least know where the seniors are, or where the Spanish-speaking residents are, without having to do a list, right, that we hold here and then we have to protect it, right? If it's possible, like at least for us to be thinking in the future about how we create those mailing lists
Sure.
and send out Spanish-speaking residents or promotions for senior activities.
Sure.
Yep.
So we get all of our mailing lists. We use a mailing house whenever we mail, right? They are the ones who barcode, handle all that stuff. We couldn't do that in-house. So
Oh.
when they mine those lists, there are some parameters that we can ask for. However, I'm not sure language is one of them. I'd have to double check with them. Age is a little bit easier because of SSTAT records, but you couldn't do that for, say, apartments. So if they live in apartments or anything like that, I don't know if we would be able to get that data. But for housing, you can get that a little bit better. So there are some limitations on what we can get. So I just kind of wanted to know, just to note, and I don't know if, like I know we can do it by age because we have looked into that one, and we have looked into a few other demographic, but I don't know about language. I have to
Expectations are
double check.
fully managed. I just think it's something we
Yeah.
can explore.
Sure.
But I hope that I will have the mayor and council support in exploring the printing of Spanish-speaking residence guides.
Okay, thank you. Lachitra and, sorry, Ray first. Lachitra, please go ahead. No, you go first, please. Thank you.
So on the note of language in the guide, I wonder, in order to reach the communication to our Spanish-speaking residents, is it possible to add an insert to the guide? So I highlighting some of the very important information we want to make sure that they get. That's included in the guide that we already send, which I would note would definitely increase costs, but may not increase it to the level that you spoke of. Now, I say that also understanding that we have a variety of people within the community with different languages that they speak. But if we know that we have a majority of people who speak English and Spanish language, I think that that's a way of justifying that, and then making sure that we're not missing anybody. Because I think even with using those lists, we will miss people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think if we were to have like a Spanish language insert, like, hey, if you want a Spanish flyer, for instance, insert it in and say, hey, this guide is available also in Spanish with either QR codes or something like that too. I think that's something we can definitely, okay. I got the, all right. But yeah, so I think that's something we can do. I think though, if the question is, would it be like an addition, or if, or is it just one or the other?
My suggestion is that it's just the guide with an insert.
Got it, just the guide with the insert, okay.
Thank you. Good idea. Ray, please.
And I think for me too, just to the larger question, because it's a big concern of mine that the benefits of all aspects of our city, including the special events, including, I know obviously communications plays a key role, and we saw that in some of the questions that were answered offline about, making sure this is happening in multiple languages so folks know about what's going on in different departments and that kind of thing. Overall, I'm just want to be attentive to how we can make sure that especially the non-native English speakers, marginalized communities, et cetera, can really get the full benefits of being in our city. And so I guess the budget question is, and maybe less for right now, because it's a lot to spring on, but where would resources be helpful to make sure that especially the non-native speakers and marginalized communities can really get the full access and benefits that they might need to participate?
Sure. So we hired our first bilingual communications coordinator last budget cycle. And so she does translate all of our social media that goes out is translated. All of our publications or flyers are now translated. So I think that was one barrier that we really are working to bridge. you know, I think it's a tough question. You know, one of the things that she's also been doing is researching how to get to some of these communities. I think part of the issue right now is, especially in our political climate, there's fear. And there's a lot of fear, and how to reach these communities successfully without, you know, without stoking further fears or whatever else. And I think that's something that we are definitely aware of and working towards, and trying to see how we can, what we can do. I know we're trying to do more things with the school, put more flyers out in the school, because we know that's a great avenue to reach, especially those communities, too, trying to leverage as many of our groups as possible to see how to access that. So I think that's an ongoing kind of thing, and it's going to take us some time, but I think we are trying to work towards that.
Thank you. Susan?
Building off the same conversation about Spanish-speaking resident guides, the amount that you quoted, might it be possible to produce a smaller number of guides? I know a lot of it is the setup charges, but to provide them at the Heritage Month event, and then also which in and of itself would inform the community that they're out there, and maybe increase the asks if we run out, and then we have a hard number, or closer to a hard number of how many we need. Just an idea.
Sure. I will say we did have at our Heritage Month event a lot of content. Actually, most of the content we provided there was in Spanish. One of the things we did hear often was that they didn't want to take it because they wanted to come and dance and not have to hold paper. So I think, and so many times they would take screenshots with their phone, and that would be kind of what they did. So I think there's lots of different ways we can try to reach them, but I did think that was one of the more, we expected more, because we even got things specially printed for that event in hopes more people would take. And what was interesting to me is that we came back with most of it, and where they would take photos of it, but they didn't want to take it again because they wanted to focus on the event itself. And I totally understand that, and
They want to do the bailamas? Right?
Yeah, they did not want to. I don't think I would want to either, to be fair.
Thank you. Who else? Denise, please.
Thank you, and I'm continuing to build, but I guess back to my colleague, Mr. Ranker's question, as we're put a lot of emphasis on the Spanish Latina, their other languages, when are we going to make the pivot to try to start to articulate? And we have Farsi, we have, so many different other.
That could be Homeland Innocence.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, when can we?
So we, for instance, I know that the top languages are Spanish, Korean, and Chinese. And so, for instance, when we do the community survey, we have it available in 4 languages: English, Spanish, Korean, and Chinese, for that very reason. However, we have not gotten any responses back in those languages, which is disappointing, but we continue to try. And I think if you're going to ask me about, honestly, if to do that, it would be very difficult, because I don't have anyone on staff who are fluent in Korean and Chinese as well, or some of the other languages. So, and fluent enough to be able to translate to the level that we would need it translated. So that would become, how would we do that? What would we do to make that happen? And it was the same thing like when we were doing Spanish, it's all about how much you want in those languages, right? If it's just a one-time thing getting it translated, well, we can get a translation services. However, if it's an ongoing thing like we do with our social media or other posts and flyers and, content from all of our departments, then that's a capacity issue. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. One at a time in the future.
Very good.
Susan, please. Yeah.
Do you happen to know when Restaurant Week is?
It is, you mean the Taste of College Park?
Well, it references marketing for Restaurant Week under marketing and advertising.
We called it, we have it that until we had the Taste of College Park.
Oh,
the
okay.
name. So it is that. So we would be marketing that. That'll be in July.
Right. Thank you. That's all we have. Thank you. So we have one last on the IT, Gio. Then we'll take a break. How about that? It's been a long session. Please.
Good morning. I promised I took the shortest presentation. As you know, the IT department keeps the city's digital gears turning. We support, maintain, and manage a number of applications, systems, networks, servers, security camera systems, access control systems, audiovisual. It's a vast technology footprint that we have throughout the city, all the locations, and with the dual field coming up, we also gonna have some footprint over there as well. In the fiscal year 2025, we continue to push to improve services, modernize infrastructure, and reinforce the cybersecurity. With that in mind, we rolled out a new vulnerability management solution, conducted a citywide cybersecurity risk assessment, and ran internal-external penetration testing because it's important to know our weaknesses before the bad actors do. Additionally, we also partnered with the Maryland's Department of IT. It's as part of the state and local government cyber grant program. And the result of this will be that we will be working close together on improving our general cybersecurity posture. They will be helping us reviewing our risks and making recommendations. It's more of a hands-off approach on their side, and it will be very hands-on on our side. Beyond security, these other highlights I'd like to point out. It's we handled over 1,600 support requests and completed more than 40 projects, from expanding access card systems to building IT infrastructure for the clubhouse, for example. And looking ahead, we're just going to double down on the support services we provide to the staff and the elected officials. We keep moving towards the more cloud-based solutions, and we'll try to ensure that the city's data remains secure. That's all. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Looks like your budget is also pretty flat.
Yes, very little change, total of 1.7, and the main, I can address any questions if you have regarding the changes in there.
Jacob?
I just want to take a moment to note the international support that Gio and his team have provided me, and just truly incredible. So thank you.
Great to hear it. We'll keep continuing supporting.
All right. Ray?
And I was just appreciating in the questions that I submitted to, procurement is a big, unsexy kind of thing, but to find ways, I appreciate finding ways that make sense for the city to save costs, to ride on to others. And that actually goes across the board to see ways. I really appreciate the ways that we're trying our best to be good stewards of taxpayer money while getting the good quality stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, so right now it's 10:54. Do you need a break now, or do you want to continue?
I would like a break.
You'd like a break? Okay. How much? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay.
5's okay.
Huh? 5? 5 minutes? Okay. So we'll be meeting 11 o'clock, right on the clock. All right, we are back. So we are going into the discussion of the public services budget, and I will hand it over to our director.
Mayor
Jatinder
Mayor
Khokar,
Fazul,
please.
if we could, we've got two little tiny departments at the end of general administrative. It'll take 2 minutes.
Please go ahead, if that is okay with you.
So on page 62 is non-departmental. Again, those are what they say. They don't, they're for kind of support the entire city or all city staff. The only changes in that budget, we've moved copier lease payments from IT to non-departmental because it's across the city. All the departments have them. And then our liability insurance is in there. That policies, we've been notified to project or to add about 40 grand to expect that. The other is the election boards and ethics commission. Again, those, you've got an election coming up, and ethics commission, no change. So Yvette can answer any questions on elections board if you have any, and Leo and I can cover any non-departmental questions, or we can go on.
Right, any question? Saying none? Oh, you have a question?
Thank you. Just wanted to verify, I recall there was a vacancy on the election board in District 1. That's still the case?
Yes, it's still open. I sent you an email. I sent everyone an email about a week ago.
Okay, yeah, we'll start looking to get that filled.
Thank you. Any other question? Saying none, is there any other department? You're done, so you can go to public services. Mr. Khokar, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. One of the, I got few slides here. The first one is Public Services Administration. I'm requesting a new position, request for a public safety / emergency manager position. And from the job responsibility point of view, it'll help us to enhance and increase our public safety efforts within the department across the city. It'll also help us to coordinate better the emergency response-related coordination with the county, state, and the feds in some areas. Also, it'll help as one of the key things that I want to expand upon is this person will be a resource person in my department, and he will be helping quite a bit to myself as well as a code enforcement manager and some of the needs that may come from public safety point of view from different requests that I have seen in the recent past. This person will also help organize or take to higher level the public safety meetings that we have had on first Monday of every month. And I have personally seen a lot of improvement and more interaction and more satisfied residents in general at my level when I have talked to people. Having said that, I have developed a draft of this position job description, and I want to appreciate HR department for helping me to do that. Do you want me to just ask question related with that now, or just go through the whole slides that I have?
Might be a good idea if you cover everything, then we can
Okay,
take questions.
okay.
To save time.
On CCTV monitoring camera, it has gone down 29K, and we are catching up with the billing. We had previously had little over 200,000 for monitoring, and now it is 172 because we have reconsolidated with our actual expenses as far as that item goes. On highlights, I believe that I had an older, study from IBTS, which was submitted to my
International something.
That's the first item in the highlights on the slide. I have worked through that to update some of the items in it. In my conversation with the manager, I have been tasked to look into what is our fee schedule at the present time As we all know that residential occupancy permit and animal inspection is one of our key resources. And some of the other tasks that I do, I work as a plans examiner for the city. I review all the new construction related items that come to our department through Excella permitting process. I review a lot of those applications myself. And whatever fees are, they are very minimal, like almost they don't even recoup what the cost of the staff time is. So we are doing that different discussion with our consultant. It's not ready for the prime time, but I anticipate in the next couple of months, I'll be bringing that particular thing to council's attention through city manager's office. Cellular data connections for CCTV have been adjusted for additional cameras and repair units, which had been on offline. That is related with our cameras. Next slide. Okay. Parking enforcement, basically, it's like a status quo budget. We have just, mostly increase in salary or benefits, which is $45K. Highlights are like, we are looking forward to installation of new pay stations. As you are all aware that we are working through, with the council, with my parking enforcement manager, and we have this item probably on April 15, I believe. And at the present time, I think the revenue has increased due to additional payment apps that we are utilizing. And some of the meter money may have come down, but we have more revenue through the app system. We have all the parking vehicles have LPRs. The last one was put in like a couple of weeks back, and I believe it is functional. And we have completed that effort that started some time ago, I believe last year. And all our vehicles are have that device in their cars, and it's fully functional. Next slide is for the code compliance enforcement. We are up 24K. It's like a 1.9% increase, mostly for the benefits. I would want to talk a little bit more on this particular slide. Last year, we had gotten a position of code enforcement manager. That person came into role in end of September last year. And since then, we have done a lot of improvements in getting response time and getting majority of the things done in a proactive manner rather than in a reactionary manner. And a lot of effort is being put in by the management to, change the attitude and approach to the work of code enforcement through our staff. And it's not like, it's just the beginning of it, but I have seen, some improvements, and I plan to continue to do that. Also for the training related issues, we are very aggressively pursuing that. I have a couple of days, full days scheduled for the staff of code enforcement in the month of June. And I am also working with HR to have one-day training for conflict resolution and a fair and consistent way of enforcing code enforcement regulations and rules. As I mentioned earlier, the manager is emphasizing more and more with the staff and trying to make sure that everything is done in a responsive way. And because last year in the month of July, we implemented the different inspectors owning areas, like we assigned areas to different inspectors, and that has really improved. But more needs to be done. I think my goal is to have them come to the neighborhood associations. A lot of time either me or the manager end up going to those, but I want to make sure that we inspectors have their own ownership of and dealing with and have a better PR. And that will all ultimately result in our proactive approach rather than reactionary approach. Next slide. Okay. On animal welfare, I really want to appreciate the council for allowing our 1.5 position to 2 positions last year. And I think I have personally seen that there were so many issues last year, and with all the rabies-related things and interaction, there were times that my ACO never had even time to eat lunch, and people are calling them while she is having lunch. But with the addition of the second person, it's really, really helped a lot. And our coverage has improved from approximately 5 days to full 6 days, and they are alternating for Saturday schedule. So we are in a much better shape. I know on the numbers, they have quite a bit increased, but we are able to deal with all the animal-related and welfare-related issues more effectively. Next slide. On speed enforcement, I do believe that Gary Fields mentioned that in his earlier presentation about the citation processing charges. They have been reduced, and we are working with Ultimate. They are our third-party company that deals with our citation, and we have PGPD County contract police officer that reviews them. And if there are any technical issues, they come to my attention as a speed camera administrator for the city to resolve them. I don't think I have seen maybe 2 cases in the whole year that came to that particular type. In general, we wanted to mention that working with the contractor to reduce the mobile trailers to have more environmental friendly approach for most of the speed cameras. And we are also had recent, with the change into 1 lane at the Baltimore Avenue, we have had some challenges, but we are, recovering from a lot of those impacts. A lot of time when these lanes are changed, sometimes the speed signs are removed, and then people appeal those, tickets that we give them. And then we have to make sure that we are meeting our side as a authority having jurisdiction before we hear those particular cases. Next slide, please. Okay. Contract police, finance director oversight included DCPMA reimbursement after correction. I think it was 18K, but in reality it is 12K. That's the budget there. Highlights, response to community issues have improved the monthly meetings on first Monday of every month. Expedited response to criminal behavior across the city, and I know the beginning Monday meetings were a bit challenging, but I think we are getting our finger on the pulse of the community members, and we are steadily improving upon those interactions between the contract police leadership and police officers and the community members and the stakeholders. I do want to mention that we have had recent special patrol requests from the community members based on different sensitivities in certain areas, and we have been able to provide those services. And this brings end to my presentation on the slides. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Anyone
Thank
may
you so much. First of all, any question on the staffing? And I appreciate that you added, the budget adds 1 FTE, the public safety manager, I think that's the title.
Public safety / emergency manager.
Emergency managers, thank you. We don't have a police department, but if we had, this person would be police chief maybe. No. Not necessarily. We don't have it, so
No.
we can compare it. Thank you.
That may be far from reality, sir.
Thank you. Let's go from left, Maria.
I just have a question on the CCTV camera monitoring. And you said it decreased. Can you explain to us again? Because I think I missed that.
Sure. It's on page 69, I believe.
68.
And the budgeted amount was 201,000 and some change. But we have brought it back with the actual billing process back to 172. That's what this particular item said.
Okay.
And it is being used for CCTV camera monitoring project.
So that includes like monitoring at like the new clubhouse, Davis Hall, here, all those, that's what it does?
Yeah.
No.
All the CCTV cameras in the city, they are covered under that.
Okay, all the CCTV. So could you tell me, like, that's like things like the one that's at the end of College Park Woods? Is that considered the CCTV cam? I don't think I'm understanding exactly
So
what's.
I believe there are around 40 plus cameras in the city, and they have been like the installation of those things started like probably 10 or 11 years ago through a grant system. And some of those are like, we usually get an email from our contractor. If they're not working, we get them addressed through our contractor and get them replaced. And I really, I think I'm not aware of the CCTV camera at the clubhouse, or there have been some conversation like at Duval. I know there is a camera there, and we have had recent conversation with Rocky from planning, because he's the project manager for it. We have discussed that item.
Okay.
I can kind of help answer this. So the CCTV cameras are the ones that are monitored by University of
Okay,
Maryland. So we have a
that's
separate agreement
Okay.
that covers that. The cameras at our clubhouse and our other facilities actually is in our IT
Is the IT.
budget,
Okay, so I was trying to get that straight in my mind.
we handle that, and so that they do all that connection there. So hopefully
Okay.
that clarifies that.
Thank you, that's.
Thank you. Denise?
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm glad, very late to hear about the new position that's coming on board. I do have a question, and didn't want to understand. You didn't put another position in your parking management and enforcement for another park enforcement officer, because we've had issues right before you came on and you transitioned out with the former director. We had that case in the woods in regards to enforcement, and I know that was an ask in regards, so just curious as if you see the compliment is satisfactory, because on the weekends, we do have issues.
That request has not come to me from the staff.
Okay.
And I do believe that we are, there are times when we don't have the full coverage. Like our coverage is from 8 to 8, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it used to be up until 10 p.m., but with the previous reduction in force, it just kind of worked up until 8 p.m. only. And my understanding is we do have the coverage. And I understand, like I think there are some communities where a higher level of request may be there, and we can make some adjustments in our staff to provide for those coverage.
And I'd be glad to have a conversation offline to continue this.
Please.
Sure.
The second is regards to animal welfare. So you're saying you have two, and thank you again for that, and both work 6 days a week, but they alternate on Saturdays, right?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And is there any way that we can have their phone numbers to call them for any type of incident that comes about?
Absolutely. I think I did see a communication from you previously, and the staff was instructed to share that, and I'll confirm that.
So all my colleagues can have it. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And 3, just a better understanding on page 69, item number 534995, the public safety study. What is that line item for?
Yeah, Mr. Young?
Yeah, that was a item that was put in by me. I don't know why it's in that budget, but
Okay. Because we already
Gary
had the
might know
safety
why
done.
that is. But the what I was planning to try and do this year was look at what are the requirements of our contract police, as well as what are some other things that we could do related to how we police our communities outside of just There was also a strong push last year, if you recall, for a number of people wanted us to look at creating a police department. It has been one of those things that's been on one of my tasks to do. I have prioritized other projects, bringing Duval Field online, finishing up the clubhouse, some of the existing projects over starting that process. And part of that reasoning is right now is probably not the best environment for us to be looking at creating a police department. I can tell you the calls I get every day from the other surrounding communities about how we're delivering services. It seems to be a very good model. So I haven't pushed that forward. I've talked to a number of you offline about the police study and kind of why I haven't really moved that forward. There are a few of you that would love to see us move that forward, but I don't think that that's the consensus of the council.
Oh, thank you. So I guess we can discuss later about this line
Yeah,
on the
we
dollar amount.
need more
All right,
discussion
thank
on
you.
that. Thank you. Jacob?
I think I just capitalize on us being on this conversation about contract police before talking about the roles and responsibility that I'm interested in for the proposed public safety manager. The reason that I think you'll hear a little bit more from one than another, if you look on that same page of the contract police, the glaring omission of neighborhoods that fall outside of that, and I'm not an expert on the entire city, but District 3, right? The estates and Yarrows isn't covered by UMD Police. Crystal Springs, Carledge Park Woods in District 4, Oak Springs, which sits in 2 and in 1, Hollywood, Daniel Park, Sunnyside, Ottoville, and Cherry Hill all fall in District 1. So when we hear a lot of the issues about the contract police and the relationship that we have, which I think is a really good model, let me just be very clear. That's why we're hearing so much from the residents up north. It's because there is a large gap between the coverage that's covering the north part of or certain parts of the city than in the more centralized downtown. So just to be clear though, Mr. Young, like when will we see the police study roll out, since we did fund it last year?
So just because you fund it doesn't mean it happens, right?
Sure.
Like there's a lot of things we put in the budget that don't happen in that particular year. So that's not something that is guaranteed to council that we're able to actually fulfill that particular need. Did we try and plan for it? Yes, because that was a possibility that we'd be able to pull it off. We still have a few months. I might be able to pull it off, might not. Right now, the way my workload is, I'm not certain I could do that by the end of this fiscal year.
And I do defer to your expertise as to when it's the best, but if we cannot do it in FY25, will that agreed upon amount roll over to FY26?
No, that's a decision of council. I think we've already budgeted in there in the existing budget.
Okay.
Oh, you already have it. So.
It's already in there. So yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Great news. Back to the roles and responsibility. What I'm first off, let me just ask, what do you envision the day-to-day responsibilities of the public safety manager, Mr. Director Kokar?
Yeah, it's again, the title is Public Safety / Emergency Manager. I do believe that I don't have the coverage for my department in terms of emergency response system, the kind of workload and the interaction that I personally have with the contracts police department, not only just with the lead, but with many sergeants and corporals. And I am sucked into most of those information, and we just have to funnel the information back to council, considering what we can share and what we cannot share. So this person will definitely help us to put more specificity to that issue, and we are not getting into the violation of any kind of rules and regulations for privacy laws and things like that. But at the same time, I think we do not have in the existing staff that I have, there's a clear demarcation where code enforcement may not be able to deal with a lot of issues that I'm expected to deal with, or I need someone to kind of address that. And contract police officers, their mindset is like, okay, they are totally, public safety, centered. If you would have seen when I highlighted this, I said this person is going to be a resource person. I think community risk reduction and, like providing support, like to the community through emergency response. Like I have attended at least a couple of things that, like with the neighborhood association, where there was a lot of interest in, emergency response related, support that the community members come to expect of us in our department. And majority of the time we are making sure that we are coordinating with the county, because county has a lot more resources in terms of those aspects of the role. I can give you one example recently that we had to deal with it, and it had some community sensitivity there. But we, it almost took my 3-4 days to kind of stay involved in that. And I was following through each email chain and making sure the coordination is held to the best possible way. And so basically, I think I have a 4-page detail that I have in terms of adding, but these were some of the core things like public safety coordination collaboration, not only just with the staff and other work groups that I have, but also with the community members, and making sure that we are available round the clock with them to support on anything that they need us to support.
Director Kokar, you have my support in the public safety manager. I think where it pertains to their liaising with contract police, I think it's going to be, at least in my mind, a core function of what they have to do, especially since they're going to have to coordinate with the many different police entities that are around the area. You mentioned special patrol requests. I know those are heavily from some of the neighborhoods that fall within my district. And in talking to Deputy Police Chief or Assistant Police Chief Coletti, I understand that we don't do localized hotspot trend areas in just the city of College Park, right? He covers an entire precinct. I'm hoping that this role will take some steps towards data management, like at least to say, oh, hey, that's a known area of concern.
Absolutely. I think hotspot is an approach that Washington, D.C. does.
Yeah.
City of New York does. Their police department do that. Okay. And I'm totally open to it. But it's also contingent upon, we are trying to bring someone who's an ex-police officer with that kind of skill set, but is open to learning the other aspects of the things as well. It will also depend on how deep we can go in all the concerns that you have raised, and I think they are all justified. But it will depend on what kind of candidate we get and how far we can go into the different aspects of it. It may take a little bit of time to train that person to get trained in those aspects of it. Definitely. But what you're saying, they're justified.
One more question on the policing. I think I put out the question, and it's in the I think frequently asked questions that we have, but would ask for the council support in adding at least 0.5 in the contract police, short of not having a step towards the police force. But I ask, how do you think that'll positively support the community if we added a 0.5? Do you think there would be a little bit more coverage?
Yeah, so basically we have right now 2.5 full-time contract police officers that are utilized in the city around the clock. And then we have 13.5, which are they work the part-time hours. And ADC Clady, in consultation with Mr. Serpus now, who is the new major in Division 1 Command, he works with them and provide that coverage. And it's just it may help to some extent, but I just don't think that I can qualitatively tell you what the answer you're looking from me. I think when I saw that question in the request, I thought is this request for the day shift versus the night shift? And I can tell you, amount-wise, it'll make a difference. But I'm open to, considering that. I'll probably defer that decision to Mr. Young.
Sure.
Mr. Young, do you have any thoughts to it? This request for half a...
I have a lot of thoughts, but I think it probably would help to probably have that conversation offline about
Okay.
that. I think we're not too far off of kind of what your goals that I'm hearing are and what we have planned for the budget.
And then I just had one question on code enforcement, if my colleagues will allow me. Last year, we added a role, right, to the code enforcement team. I think it was for an internal promotion. Can you just speak to the residents as to what benefits you've seen since adding that role into your department?
Absolutely, and I think it's a great question. We have gotten approval from the council last year for code enforcement manager, and luckily the candidate that made the final cut was from within the department. And I think I have seen a tremendous change in the approach how the department team handles not only just code enforcement but also our administrative staff, because both of those groups are under that manager. And I do believe that the response time has definitely improved quite a bit in many cases that I have observed. In terms of like how that is going to pan out over the year, this year, I can tell you it's yet to be seen. But I can tell you, when I came on board last year, the previous year data, like for noise complaints, we just had around 400. This year, when we did the thing, we had little over 1,000 noise complaints. And I can tell you, I hardly see anybody saying that, oh, we are not sending the person right away. As late as yesterday, like I had to send someone to respond to that just before I was leaving. And I know I try to educate people for like, go to our app and lodge that complaint, or call our hotline if after 5. But 9 out of 10, it's always more like, okay, I get tasked, but I like that's my domain, and I take pride in doing that. But there are like challenges where like internally in our operation, we want more improvement. At least what I have heard from my code enforcement manager. And we are implementing trainings to do that, and the results will be seen in near future, like how well we are doing. Number of, annual inspections we have done. Previous year, we just did 1,500. This year, when we did this whole year for Rena's report for the state of the city address, we had 18-20 or somewhere around there. So that to myself, it's like 18-19% improvement in how many we are doing. And we have done maybe 3 blitz when Mr. William pings me, Jitender, like, oh, we got this thing, this is an issue. And we strategize and we go there. And it takes time from our normal routine thing. And our complaints don't stop, like they are multifold. And data tells that. And it is yet to be seen. I just don't want to say, hey, we have achieved it, but it is work in progress. And I think the team is getting geared very strongly to be able to respond to what you all, our residents and businesses, have come to expect of us.
Thank you.
I'll
Is there
stop at
any other budget questions? Because our lunch is 12 o'clock and we have 3 more departments.
My question, again, thank you to my colleague, Mr. Hernandez, bringing up about the possibility of an extra FTE, a half FTE. And I guess Jitender and to Mr. Young, if you consider bringing this up as a future work session, I see some hesitation coming from Mr. Young, and I would like to hear more about that, because maybe that will play into our final decision-making. Also, I wanted to add that we as a body have talked about many years about community policing. And that's something I think we should, again, wrap our arms around, because that's, I think, will help with some of the other issues with the
It could
community.
be another work session, community policing.
It could be put together and use that money for study for community policing, maybe.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Keep up the good work. It's a lot of work on your side, but I appreciate your leadership.
I appreciate everyone's feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have 3 more items before we are allowed to eat. right? Planning, administration, and the big one is public works. Planning first. Miriam.
Good morning. So I just want to go through some of the highlights. Most exciting is breaking ground at Duval Field. And, you know, this has been in the planning stage for over 20 years, so I'm happy that we were able to bring it to fruition. We're looking right now to leverage some of the costs with program open space money. And we're estimating completion in, well, I wrote down fall, but really it's more spring 2026. Also, our department was awarded over $1.1 million in grant funds. I mean, that was throughout the city, but my staff person, Rocky, got us that money. So, and I'm glad we created that position because it's really
he's bringing a lot of money.
Yeah, it's been, Rocky Rafi does an amazing job, and he's really worked with all the departments, and it's really worked out well. The other thing, other highlights, the Calvert Hills Playground, that RFP is going to be going out soon. It's right now in the legal office. They're just looking at making sure everything's legally okay. Roanoke Place Pocket Park, we're going to put out the RFP for that, design build. North College Park Streetlight retrofit project, that's 40 LED retrofits will be installed across 3 streets. Pierce Avenue Park, we're finalizing the details on how we want to develop that property. River Road protected bike lanes, that was funded by TLC funds, and 30% designs are being worked on right now. The new neighborhood grants, the city helps with down payments to encourage home ownership, and last year we awarded 8 grants for a total of $60,000. 3 grants converted, what were student rental houses into owner-occupied. So that's one of the goals, and it's working out well. And then 1 grant was awarded to a city employee, and 4 grants were awarded to university employees. And when it's a university employee, the university also contributes too. Next slide. Okay, yeah. Community garden. So we used to have 2 community gardens. We have the Old Town Community Garden, and then the North College Park Community Garden. We had to shut that down, but we're looking for a new site, so we're working on an appropriate site. We thought we found one, and it just turned out it was too difficult with utilities. So we're looking for a new one. With the Old Town, we installed 4 new raised beds to help with the seniors, Garden with Ease. And Maura Abernathy has been heading that up with the community garden. She's doing an amazing job. She's going to have a work day scheduled. She's monitoring it better because we don't want them to get out of kilter. We want the gardeners to take ownership and clean up their plots. So she's working on that. VO, the popularity has grown with that. There's over 275K rides this year, 20K unique riders. This is going to be on your agenda for Tuesday, just that they're looking for their contract and they're proposing a couple amendments. Next slide. Yeah, so development's in process. So the MARC, that's going to be a 3-stage process. The first stage is rezoning. The second stage is preliminary plan. And then the third stage would be the detailed site plan. So that will be coming back before you on April 15th. We had the preliminary where we did the discussion, and now they're going to come back. And I'm happy to announce that they are going to look at adding some moderately priced units. So we'll see that on April 15th. Project Turtle, you'll see that's under construction, 299 units. And the Lettertown Student Housing, that's under construction with 454 dwelling units for graduate student housing. Next slide. Oh, I got it there, yeah. So opportunity to increase revenues. I really want to look at increasing the user fees, specifically for the development. When city staff is reviewing, like let's say the MARC, we spend incredible amount of time on that. You can see the reports that we put out, and yet we're not charging the developer anything. But park and planning charges like thousands of dollars for that. Thousands. So we need to look at that because we spend a lot of time, and the developer should be paying for that review. Okay. Also, Yeah, Jatinder mentioned about increasing fees for building permits, so I know $25 for a building permit, I mean, $50. So we really need to look at that. That's ridiculous. And again, compare it to the county, which they're charging hundreds of dollars on that. Also, I want to look at increasing violation fees to move that more in line so that it can serve as a deterrent. For example, like noise violation. Okay, the amount, I don't have it in front of me, but it's very low, and a lot of times the students just take out their checkbook and write it, and then they continue their party. So, I'm sorry?
They don't use checks.
Oh, they don't use checks. I'm sorry, Apple Pay. Okay, yes, correct. My kids do not use checks, they're in their 20s, yes. Apple Pay or whatever, but I mean, it's not a deterrent. It's nothing. Maybe it's like a nuisance to them. But we need to look at that and be in line so that when there's a noise violation, they really pay attention. They turn off the speakers. And the same thing, we need to look at that with when there's more than 5 students in a dwelling unit. There needs to be a sharper violation fee for that. And then also, Susan LaTeacher, with landscaping like Lidl, to try to get their attention. I mean, at the beginning, their attorney said, oh, yeah, we'll get right on it. And now, what is this, 2 years later? They keep postponing that. They have dead trees. I mean, dead trees, dead flowers, so we need to increase those violation fees. And that's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So your budget also looks pretty flat. You're not
Yes.
adding any staff.
We're not adding any staff,
The increases are mainly because of the salaries and
There,
wages.
there,
that
there
kind of
is
stuff.
one mistake on page 80 that it says, the senior planner, it says not budgeted, but that is budgeted for fiscal year 2025. It's one position, and then 2026 is one position. Where we don't have a staff member right now is the community development planner. And that was because we switched it over to the grants coordinator. But we'll still keep that position because we'll be needing it.
So in total, you'll still have 4.8 FTE?
Yeah, we have 4.8, yes. We're holding on to that community development planner for when we need it.
So that will be 0, okay. But
Yeah, it's 0 right now, and the senior planner should be 1.
Just for clarity, we've discussed that. That's one of those little errors. I need to change this chart, but the funding and the budget is good.
It's
So
the same.
We'll
yeah,
get
because
that corrected.
The total is not changing. All right, Denise.
And then Mr. Ranker also raised his hand too.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Miriam, for bringing this to us. I know this will be a future work session to discuss, but I would like to see your recommendations about the increase of the fees, especially if you're using your time to look over development plans.
Right.
And we're not. We need to put,
Charging.
we need to charge them, as well as increasing the fines for the noise. So please, please, please.
Okay.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, well, I'm sure Jatinder's aware too, because I was talking to the code officers, and they're like, Apple Pay. And then they turn on the speaker again.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for the awareness of all the people here who are in this budget discussion, like what I have learned from the report by the consultant that was submitted back in 21 earlier, and I'm talking to these people to revise some of the portions of that report and to tell us what exactly. Last time when we did the fee reviews, it was back in 13 or 14.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us? Like, we are 2 cycles behind doing a accepted practice of doing, comparison of those things. And I think we will bring that back, but there are many other opportunities that we don't, engage into. As Miriam said, I review and I spend substantial amount of time for the new building permit application. So does Miriam or her planner at the times before the application goes out or a permit is issued. But the time that we spend on it, that $25 for residential and $75 for commercial, that doesn't do squawk Like, it's just like, I feel like we really need to have our fees where we are able to at least maintain our expenses and try to do that.
Yeah, and I don't want a work session, but I just want to say, managing the expectation, if you're going to do business with the city of College Park and you're bringing new business here, that there's expectation. So maybe putting fees assessed with that for the development will get them to understand that it's a different day, and manage the expectation for us going forward.
And one thing, if I could request you all to get us a land use authority for us.
Oh, yes. Our
Ben,
county won't give it to us.
Third time, maybe third time will be
Yes.
charm. We
Yeah,
lost twice.
I totally agree. And then also, I just want to say with our building permits, where we only charge $25 for residential and $75 for commercial, our turnback time, we get it to them within 3 business days versus DPI, which could be months and months.
That's very true.
Yeah.
We are amazing.
Thank you. So you're not suggesting to make changes in this budget on the fees, right?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Oh, well,
These are future suggestions or in this budget suggestion?
no, I haven't,
No.
I mean, I need to study it. I haven't.
No, we are not looking at new fees that would be included as this part of the budget. We will
Can
look
we-
at increasing, different ways of increasing our revenues, but not as part of this process.
Can I do, instead of waiting until another year, can I do it in the middle sometime to have budget amendment?
We've already started some of that through, Jitendra mentioned ITBS, which is the International
Not
Technology Institution.
The Building Technology and Safety.
Yeah, so they did the fee study. So we are looking at some of the activities that we already do. So that will be coming to council to work session that before we actually look at increasing those fees. But
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your work. Ray?
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Young said something and I want to add on into. I think the depth of that study is not going to include what time we spend. Like it has administrative component, it has field inspections component. For example, if we are looking at residential inspection fees, what we have, they have not been changed. Our fees are all old fees, like 10 years ago. But then the rate at that time it was. And we are also like objectively looking at what times are there. And some of those times didn't relate what time the staff is spending on it. And our development has increased in the last 10 years like crazy. And it has definitely put us like maybe 25% to 35% more load is there, workload is there. So just for awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
I appreciated the possible revenue increase portion here. One of my question is around the city homeownership grant program, and especially again thinking that there could be a wave of people moving out of the city because they've lost jobs, federal workers or stuff like that. If we are, facing higher turnover, I'm just wondering about the $75,000 and seeing that we're already pretty much spent for the year this year. If there might be an increased figure, I'm personally in favor of increasing this line item. But any thoughts about what might make sense?
Okay, so we did increase it because we had more demand, but are you saying increase it further, that you're saying more people will be coming to College Park? Or
I'm saying that so it is 75,000 from last year, correct? I have it as the 75,000 from last year, 72,000 from 2024, 65,000 from 2023. And I see it's proposed to be the same number, and as of a few weeks ago, there was only $15,000 left in the pot for this year.
Oh, correct, yes.
So-
If the council wants to increase it, that's fine with us, yes.
Is there any, if Yeah, I don't know if there's any data that would be helpful to think about what the number should be in terms of if we, have an increase in terms of turnover in College Park. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just workshop that.
Yeah, one of the things that we would do if we saw we had an increase in demand in applications for that, we would probably bring an item back to council for considering amending the budget. At that point, we haven't had to do that. We've always had enough money in there. We'd love to see more participation in the program. I think this last year was the first year we ever had an employee actually participate in the program. And that was due to some of the changes that council made some tweaks to last year to increase some participation in the program and how it ran. So hopefully this program works for some people, but doesn't work for everyone. There's a number of programs that are out there. Some work that they're in part of the partnership. There's some other ones that employers have that are a little bit better for the person purchasing. But if the council wishes to set aside an additional amount, we're definitely look into that.
And I heard you say that the university, if it's a university employee, they pitch in. Is there, is that something to be considered if we increase the line item? Would they be willing? Have they capped it also?
Well, the university just recently increased it, so they. Okay, Sippy Cup. Sorry, Sippy Cup. College Park University Partnership. They're the ones that match it if it's a university employee, and they recently increased their amount of how much they gave.
Yeah, we have our own home ownership grant program, and CPCO has there are two different programs. So let me see. We have a queue: Jacob, Maria, Susan, and John.
In the slide where you had the revenues and permits, do we currently charge Airbnbs for permits and payments?
That's an excellent question, and I just came from the National Planning Conference, and we talked all about those temporary rentals. So I thought that the county is looking at that, but I'm not aware that the city charges. Do we?
Yeah. I think presently, Councilmember Hernandez, it is like short-term rental. There is some legislation that was passed a couple of years back, I believe, here. And we just treat them like regular, annual inspection permit requirement. I know that a request has come from District 4 members, and we are working through with it. We have a work group to kind of bring that back to the council and see what improvements we can make in that. But they are, like here in City of College Park, they are treated like normal rental inspection permit.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Actually, if I could just add something. When I was looking at the county legislation, I remember they were charging a fee, but I didn't see it being kicked to the city. I think those fees should go back to the city and not that the county would be collecting it. That was my concern.
Yeah, definitely, especially, or at least a portion of it, since our residents have to deal with it. We can talk about that.
Right.
That's a very lengthy conversation, but I just wanted to see if we were currently charging. I was hoping, and maybe this is a word I can use in the planning space that Director Williams used, if there is any sort of guidance or print material for the entitlement process of like building out concrete aprons, and other planning questions. I receive a lot of questions from residents who are like, I'm going to build a shed. And I'm like, okay, we'll go to the county website and say. So I don't know if the city itself has any printable products that are in Spanish.
It's a good question. Can we take it outside of the budget session? Because
well, I think it would cost money to like translate.
Everything could be related to money.
Okay, well.
But it's a good question. I'm not suggesting that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Let me just finish out. All right.
Yeah,
one more question is if I appreciate that you want to do some research on the permits, but and the pricing for that for increasing violation fees. If we're looking at it from a revenue perspective, well, increasing the revenues decrease the violation numbers? I think that's a question you should like take into consideration when you're looking at it.
Right, right. No, that was my intention. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Jacob. Let's go to Maria.
Yes, I just have a quick question. So I know that the planning department did a great job in making a good contract with VO Ride. Are we planning on doing anything with the other bike shares and stuff that you see around the city?
Yes, I know that procurement is working on that. So, Mr. Hernandez, please have your residents call us, and now we have a fluent Spanish speaker that's a planner that can help them. So, yes, I could prepare something, but I think a lot of times they just call me and I just give them an answer in 1 second. So, and if they speak Spanish, I just transfer them over to Carlos.
Fantastic, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Got your answer. Maria, you're done? Okay. Susan, and then John.
I'll be quick. It's not really budget related, but just a clarification because this is a public meeting. The CP Cup Live Work program is not just for people who work at the university. Was increased from 15,000 to 20,000 grant, and it's for anyone who has a job in College Park. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. That was easy. Yep. John, last one.
Chain link removal grants, I see we're dropping that down by a third. Can you talk about, is that because we don't spend up to the $15,000? And if so, I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, it was just we haven't been receiving as many applications.
Thank you.
All right. So we're done. Thank you, Director Bader. Keep up the good work. All right, so we have Youth and Family Services. It's now actually 12 o'clock. When is the lunch coming, do you know? Anybody can talk?
As soon as we're done, they said they would deliver.
Yeah, don't bring them until you're done, right?
We'll check on it.
Kaisha, Ms. Barber.
Yes. I think in 60 seconds I can say good afternoon, so I'm going to think ahead. Good afternoon to Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Pleased to have some highlights from Youth, Family, and Senior Services fiscal year 26 budget request. I would like to just say the highlight of anything from this department is always going to be the impact that your support does and has for the most vulnerable of us in the communities that we serve. I will say in administration on page 84 highlights a lot of advocacy has been done this year, and I know will be in the upcoming year by myself and some of our leadership in the department. We have increased our capacity in our front office, thanks to the new assistant in the office that was funded last year. That's been a big help. And in terms of the oversight of the programs that are listed on the slide, that has been made even more robust by having the family program specialist and having that office assistant as a separate role in the department. The increase is modest, and actually most of it is support that's in the administration budget for our Seniors Advisory Committee and age-friendly College Park initiatives, so that can continue in the next fiscal year. A lot of my time is spent, I call it covering the core. So the oversight of these programs by myself and the family program specialist really is so that when I speak in the next two slides about youth and family services and senior services, so that those professionals can be the boots on the ground and serve the community directly and with the support of the administrative team, administrative arm of the department. We have Care Solace, we have county and state contracts for our services. We are overseeing the city's emergency grant program, the city's tutoring program, several school initiatives, as well as holiday family donations. And again, obviously our support for Senior Advisory, Age-Friendly College Park, and our Education Advisory Committee, which are fantastic, awesome, active committees here in the city of College Park. Clinical, really about the same. We finally are fully staffed after a nearly 3-year vacancy with a family therapist. We originally had wanted to hire someone who was bilingual in English and Spanish for that position. We hired a really fantastic person who is not bilingual in English and Spanish. However, we still have a super strong clinical team. We have 4 full-time therapists plus a clinical program manager. And of those 4 therapists and clinical program manager, we have 3 who are bilingual in English and Spanish, sought after services for sure. We have a new electronic health record system this year, thanks to Gio and the IT team for helping us with that, and really, really highly skilled therapists. Seniors program, these increases here, really modest, really increase in food costs and in the cost to put on the seniors activities that our most vulnerable seniors are accustomed to having. We still have the lead contract position, which is going really well. It's in the budget again for next year. Also continuing to support Neighbors Helping Neighbor. And we oversee the contract and oversee Habitat for Humanity. It's not in the budget, but it is a highlight of something that we do keep tabs on. And we, again, fully staffed for the first time in a long time. And one of our new bus operators is was with the city in another department and is bilingual in English and Spanish and has been a fantastic addition to our team. I am happy to entertain any questions or answer, shed any light on any youth, family, and senior services budget.
Thank you. Again, it looks like it's pretty flat budget. The administration hasn't changed, 4.48 FTE. Is modest change in the senior services by $12,000, looks like, is that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Those are really for increasing gas costs and increasing costs to put on those trips that the city subsidizes for our senior residents.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Jacob, please.
Thanks for all you do, Director Barber. One of the questions I had put into the chat, or I guess into the email, but I want to see if I can phrase it a little bit better. Would adding $5,000 to the consulting line that you have here allow for more Hispanic parent support group meetings per month? I only ask that because I've gotten positive feedback that is a sense of community and where they get to learn a lot about the resources that we have.
Thanks for your question. $5,000 we wouldn't be able to increase the number because I wanted to clarify, we meet every week. The group meets every week. We have over 30 parents and 60 students or 60 youth that participate in the group. Now, I didn't ask for $5,000, but it certainly would go a long way to support, some of the activities and things. But it wouldn't increase the number. We're maxed out at 1 a week and additional meetings for the support team and assistance that we have for the group.
And the only other question I had was with regards to the senior services programs. I saw a decrease in the postage. In attending the previous age-friendly committee this last week, a lot of what I was hearing was that there was a lot, like they were praising the communication staff for all the things that they're doing on the tech side, but the age-friendly group had talked about, how they used to receive products in the mail. Is there, if we increase the funding and postage, would we be able to meet that requirement for those less, I guess, older folks?
No. So that budget had been $5,000 for several years, and that was predating the seniors newsletter when we were, the department hand stuffs 250 to 300 newsletters. But that $5,000 was actually for a citywide mailing before there was a newsletter that used to happen. And if you look previous 3 years, we hadn't spent anywhere close to that $5,000, which is why the deduction is there. We have been working really closely with communications on, for example, having a page in the Here and Now. That's going to I know that's in the communications budget. So when we looked at that, we felt that $2,500 was a good number for postage, and actually with a little cushion for some additional mailings if we wanted to do so from the department.
Thank you. With that mailing, with that money, how many houses do you cover?
The exact number on the mailing list now is, I think, around 250.
250. I'm one of them, actually.
Yes.
Those are very nice newsletters. Thank you. All right, Ray.
I was just wondering, on the revenue side, I saw that we get money in from youth services, client fees, from state grants for youth services, county grants for youth services, county grants for senior programming. Are there other, just because I'm new and trying to figure out, are there other revenue sources that come in for the youth and family and seniors services?
You covered them pretty well. So we do have a sliding scale fee that we charge Youth and Family Services, which would be the client fees. That is, we are a state youth service bureau, so that's that state and county funding. We do get a little over $200,000 in youth and family services in that. The other $50,000 that you're seeing for seniors is for our senior activities funded by $50,000 from National Park and Planning. And that is the extent of the grants for the department. We don't charge any for services in the seniors program.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. All right, looks like that's all we have. We have the very last item, which is the public works, the big public works. Mr. Marsili.
Very big. Now, since we're so big, I'm going to give a quick overview of the department and some highlights, and then I'm going to get into the slide, if that's okay, timing-wise. I think there's some important things we can.
You can continue
touch
speaking
on.
as long as we don't
You
have
can
the
eat, you know. So, our public works budget is located on 93 through 133. And before I start the presentation and respond to questions, I wanted to give an updated overview of the department. And as you can see on the slide, Public Works has 6 divisions. We have the administration, engineering, fleet, solid waste management, streets, parking lots, and buildings and grounds. During the past year, the Department of Public Works has focused on our core functions and service delivery initiatives, like completing the Woods Clubhouse, all our solid waste programs, our engineering projects that Mr. Halpern works on, a lot of support for events, city hall maintenance, landscape maintenance, all the work that we do day-to-day routine maintenance. Our Public Works employees are committed to performing the best for our city, and they continue to maintain a high level of service to the city residents throughout the past year. I want to personally thank all our Public Works team for all they do to keep the city clean, looking great and well-maintained. They're our ambassadors out there for all of our residents. Okay, they touch the residents every week, so we're really proud of our employees. I also want to thank our city manager, Mr. Kenny Young, for the support in our Public Works department. There's a lot that goes on in our department, but he does really help me a lot with managing a lot of issues that may come up in the department. Wanted to recognize that. One big thing I want to say, the College Park CRM, GoGov work order system is really working well for the city. It's allowed us to improve our service delivery times, and our residents are slowly moving towards the electronic reporting of complaints. We still get a lot of phone calls, which is fine, but that system is really helping us a lot, and we're doing well with that, and we'll show you a slide on that. Our food scrap collections has diverted over 50 tons so far this year. With 3 months to go, we hope to beat what we did last year. It's going to be close, but and we have approximately 460 participants in that program, and our bulk trash tonnages continue to be reduced. We're down to 329 tons. That's a 50% drop in 4 years. Wow. So that's a savings on us for tipping fees, but environmentally, it's a big deal, okay? And we're really proud of that. Household refuse, while slightly up by a few tons compared to last year, is still down over 400 tons from 2021. And I want to thank the mayor and council and our city manager for the support that we got when we came with these initiatives on bulk trash and these things. It has really improved our overall sustainability and reduced waste to the landfill, and it was the right thing to do. All right, it was difficult, but it was the right thing to do at that time. Obviously, our efforts are changing behaviors in our city on waste and improving our solid waste goals and reduction efforts. The tree programs continue to improve our urban canopy, especially with our tree ordinance that we've introduced a year or two ago. And our new contract with KC Trees for private tree plantings has been very successful. The CBE battery-powered lawn equipment rebate is another successful, sustainable initiative by the CBE we implemented for over a year. We continue to work on our strategic plan goals for reducing carbon emissions by replacing fleet vehicles with EVs. I would like to point out for everyone the significant cost increases that have occurred over the past few years due to inflationary cost factors with vehicle replacements, truck replacements, now tariff impacts on vehicle parts for repairs, fuel fluctuations, maintenance materials like paint, which has doubled over the last year or two, and high delivery charges for materials that get shipped in. These factors are challenging when trying to anticipate future budgets. We do our best. We go line by line on each of our items, and we do our best professional judgment on this budget. We continue to utilize cooperative contracting, I heard that mentioned earlier, or piggybacking and riding existing contracts, local or regional contracts that save us time and funding. A couple examples are our asphalt paving contracts that we ride with Prince George's County, COG contracts for road salt and fuel, and Sourcewell contracts for vehicles and other contractual necessities that we have. As our city continues to grow, additional facility space is needed for staff, materials, and storage, and expanded operational space is needed in the future to support current and new programs that we'd like to implement. Our leaf compost processing yard does need additional space, and we hope in the future we can expand our facility footprint and do food scrap processing in our own facility at Public Works. Processing would reduce our contract costs with travel and disposal of their municipal food scrap and would assist other municipalities possibly in processing their food scrap as well. We need space to be able to consider these concepts. It is recommended that we explore communications with Prince George's County Board of Education, and I know our city manager is working on that, to purchase or long lease the property we have at DPW so that we can continue to provide these sustainable programs like composting leaves, yard waste, mulch sales, etc. We also want to look at our rates for our compost and some of the items and products we provide. We're going to do that along with the other departments mentioned that. Look at the rates have basically remained the same for about 7 or 8 years, so something we should look at. As the largest city department, Public Works managers carefully review this budget, and it's comprised of 19 different programs, 55 staff, and we identify adjustments that need to be made, and hopefully we'll go through these slides quickly. I know we want to move, and I'm going to go, okay? So here we go. So essentially, the first slide that we had up was mainly salaries and wages, and you'll see a overall 7.3% increase overall in our entire budget. Most of that is, like we said, salaries and wages, and $160,000 for some operating costs, materials, those items. We're up $29,000 compared to FY '25 in Public Work Administration. Basically operating is flat. Couple of highlights, I mentioned the GoGov requests, excuse me. And we get good satisfaction reports back on that. I hope everyone's utilized that system. I hope it worked well for everyone. If you have, we've done specialized training for 42 public works staff. We partnered with Gaithersburg. We did a snowplow simulator training this fall for 25 of our plow drivers. And we did certification training for our equipment operators that operate loaders, bucket trucks, forklifts. They're all certified operators. Here comes the food. I'm going to continue. The rebate, the battery rebate for lawn equipment was reduced a little bit down because we, year to date, we spent about $2,300 so far, so we figured we could kind of push back on that a little bit and monitor it, and if we need it, we'll have it there for distribution. Next slide, engineering. Engineering's been doing a great job for Public Works. Mr. Halpern, Jacob Vassilotti, doing great work. I'm gonna let Steve, Mr. Halpern, go ahead and give a quick review of his slide.
We'll jump into highlights, the next.
Mike.
We'll jump into the highlights, the next page. We've completed the 52nd Avenue sidewalk design. That's completed, and we're gonna go to construction this spring. We're 90% finished the design of the sidewalk for Ruatan Street. This Tuesday, it'll be presented to the mayor and council. We constructed sidewalks on Huron Street, 51st Avenue and Hollywood Road. During our maintenance work, we reconstructed Wichita Avenue, new sidewalks, curbs, driveway aprons, and resurfaced the road. We also completed a trip hazard mitigation in North College Park, and we will return to South College Park this fall. And we are planning to resurface Hollywood Road, 47th Place, and portions of 51st Avenue before the end of this fiscal year. We've issued 12 right-of-way permits. We've done a number of traffic surveys. In fact, we have one survey going on right now on Rhode Island Avenue to monitor how well our improvements to the Rhode Island Avenue is working out. But that's pretty much it right now. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Thank you, Mr. Halpern. Fleet services is up $86K compared to '25, and that's just an increase in salaries and wages. There's an additional mechanic in the shop. We converted a position. We didn't increase the budget, so we needed that mechanic there. Some highlights: we've ordered 2 animal control vehicles for public services. We're preparing requests for additional EV sedans, and we are looking into possibly expanding our lease program in FY '26 for those sedans because there's a lot of uncertainty in the truck and auto business right now, and we can quickly get sedans on a lease program. Our fleet shop continues to do a good job on our vehicles. They perform all the maintenance on our vehicles, and they're doing a good job in that shop, and they keep the vehicles in service, as you can see, 97% in service any given day, and we're always up to date with our PMs. I would just say that we're focused on additional EV vehicles to pull out these gasoline sedans for our operations. Next slide, Solid Waste Management Division. That's up 139 compared to FY '25. 44% of that is the salaries and wages. A lot of that was through the union negotiations and the increase. And then 50% of that increase is really due to the tipping fees that the Prince George's County landfill is raising the tipping fees to $85 versus $70. So, you know, we did the math, and we're going to need about $50,000, $70,000 in our tipping fees for that. So that's where that increase is. In terms of highlights, the recycling tipping fee at the MRF is still $27 a ton. And again, the food scrap program, we've got 246 tons of food scrap removed from the landfill since we started this program. We added a little bit into the food scrap program only because we may need some carts and buckets and things of that nature. And, you know, we're going into the third year. That contract is going to be out to bid here this fall again for re-advertisement. And we sold 1,949 cubic yards of compost, 310 cubic yards of wood mulch. And these charts right here, I'm not going to spend time, but you can see the trend going down on all of our bulk trash. Regular trash is down. It's, you know, the COVID years, you could see that in 2021. Recycling, we're down, but that fluctuates here and there. And then the food scrap program, you'll see that 82 tons last year. Next slide is streets and parking lots. Street maintenance. This is street maintenance, snow removal, signage, street cleaning. Our parking garage and parking lot maintenance is up 84,000 compared to 25, and that's 72% of that is the salaries and increased activity in these facilities. 22% of this is our electric bills, mainly for street lighting and other electrical needs. General supplies, paint, I mentioned earlier, striping, those things have increased in cost, and we had to increase our line items by that change. This snow season, some highlights in the snow season, we had 14.9 inches of snow this year. Average snowfall in this area is 13.5 inches. We had 7 deployments, and 4 of those fell on holidays and weekends, which our guys loved, but they put a hurt on our budget. But we're expanding our use of salt brine to pre-treat, and we're gonna try to utilize salt brine during an event here to see if we can't manage these snow events with just putting salt brine, liquid salt brine down. You see the trucks that lead the lines. You know, when you get certain types of snowfalls that are maybe an inch or 2, I think we can maintain those with liquids. So we're going to be trying that next year. And if we can, then we'll reduce our, you know, use of rock salt. So, you know, we did lodging this year for snow. We thank the city manager. That helped our employees quite a bit to be able to be ready to go. That's why you saw that great work we did out there with clearing the streets, right? So the lodging really helped out a lot, and we appreciated that very much. Just hit on sweeping just for a moment. We removed 44 tons of debris, sediment, whatever, out on the streets, off of the streets in our sweeping so far this year. And that's what our 4-city sweeper and our sweeper does when it comes around a parking garage and around downtown. We're removing debris off of the roadways. Just want to point that out quickly. And buildings and grounds division. I'm not going to go through all of those facilities, but we're up 177. That's a 9% compared to FY '25, and the big ones here is the increase in salaries, number one, and then we had an 11% increase in utilities. We added a facility, the clubhouse, you know, a lot of that's the clubhouse facility. And we increased our tree trimming maintenance budget, which is, I mean, we've done a lot of tree work, I could tell you that. We did a lot of tree work last year, and we wanted to continue to be able to perform the best maintenance we can. There was a drought last year. I don't know how that's going to impact our tree canopy this year. Hopefully not much, but we wanted to make sure we had enough funding to take care of whatever might happen this summer coming along. We also added money in there for our mowing contract. We had to add a little bit into that line. Next slide, there you are. We planted 312 trees. That's a lot of trees. I think that's the most we planted in, I don't know, maybe in many years. We've done a lot of work here. I'm not going to go through all of these, but you know, this work is expensive work. And you know, if you've talked to a contractor lately about anything, the prices just keep going up. And you know, we're trying to budget for that. So we assist with the special events, and I'll end it there. I know we got questions, so if you have any specific questions, I hope I can answer them. If not, I'll get you an answer.
Let me suggest something. Lunch is here, so can you take a maybe 10 minutes break, grab the lunch, and do continue work session? Yeah, and then we can have the QA during the working. I'm sure there are lots of questions.
Maybe not.
No? We have questions, right? Yeah, we have questions. Yeah, this is the.
You want me to ask my question?
No, let's take a 10 minutes break, grab the lunch, and then continue working lunch.
3.
All right, we are back. So we are going to start where we left off with the questions for Public Works Director, Mr. Marcelli. John, I think you had a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, I have a couple of quick questions. Well, I think they're quick. The first is in refuse management, specifically food waste composting. You'd mentioned that the contract, well, it's a fairly expensive program, and it grows with the number of subscribers. And I think it's a great program. People are very happy with it for the most part. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are about sort of insourcing it versus outsourcing it. Is there any analysis or any argument that could be made that the better move would be to do it ourselves rather than contracting it out? I think it would make for a more unified customer service experience, if nothing else. But it may be beyond your DPW's capacity.
Well, we have looked at it, and I guess it's quite a messy job to do, and the contractor that we currently utilize cleans the buckets out after they empty them. They put the bag in, they leave the bag in the bucket, they empty the cart, they put a new bag in the cart. They've done a really good job. I get very minimal complaints. When we started, we had a few problems, and it took several months to get it corrected, but they've done a great job for us, and they have the equipment, and I just feel like our staff, it wouldn't be something that our staff would do very well. It's really, if you're around one of those trucks that pick it up, it's not the best environment. Not to say we couldn't do it. We could do it, okay? But I don't know that we could do it for the numbers that we're getting this contractor to do it for, because we would need staff, number one, and equipment. I hope that helps answer that question.
Yeah, that's helpful, and I'm glad you're thinking about it. Just because I'm always interested in trying to make sure that we're making the most efficient use of the taxpayer's dollar. The other question I had is really probably for engineering, for Steve, and it's as much a CIP question as it is an engineering question, and it may honestly wind up being a Mr. Young question. But I would love any thoughts you have about what it would take to further accelerate the design and construction for sidewalks in particular in the city, because I know that we've had this ongoing, we have a queue and projects move their way down the queue, and that's great, and we were able to surge a little bit using some COVID money, but I personally can hear from my constituents that there's a lot of support for sidewalks in areas where there aren't currently sidewalks, and just doing one or two segments a year. I mean, it'll take us 40 years to get all of those requests met. So, was wondering, and so maybe this is a Mr. Young, maybe this is a Steve question, but is it possible to see a budget scenario or some numbers associated that would assume a faster rate of construction, and it may not be, because it may be that the project management is the bottleneck, and we would have to bring on more engineering support to be able to make that happen. But wanted to inquire about your thinking about that.
Okay, well, currently, it was set up that we do a design and construction each year for sidewalks. I guess the limiting factor would be, it's community desire to have it. We can move sidewalks in higher up in the queue like we did in Berwyn area. It's more money. I mean, pretty much just more money, because each of these designs are $100,000 and construction's anywhere from $400,000 to $1 million, depending on the size, the complexity.
I think the other thing is that you mentioned is the project management piece. We really have two two people to manage all the projects that we do now. So that would be a component. What we haven't done is a overall study of the city of where we need additional sidewalks, and where we have the additional, where we already have existing right-of-way, and where would we have to acquire new rights-of-way in order to be able to construct some of these sidewalks. So those are the kind of things that would need to be done really to get to the answer of, you know, how much would that be that we'd have to set aside for projects like that.
Okay, thank you.
I would, John, if you could just provide the locations your constituents are interested in, that would help me.
Thank you. Johnny, you're done? Okay, Maria?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, and this is an engineering question that I got from someone when I was taking a walk yesterday. They wanted to know, well, for them, this is what they said, that getting the signatures for getting traffic calming is really difficult because, especially in this climate where people are fearful to answer their doors because they don't know if it might be an ICE agent or whatever. And they wanted to know if there was a way for the city to do a study on traffic calming and possibly just moving forward with community, you know, maybe like a meeting or something to discuss it, but forgoing trying to get signatures now that we have this climate where people are fearful of opening their doors. That was the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So that probably.
And so that would be money because that would be a study. So or
my
something.
follow-up question is: are you suggesting for money for the study?
Yes, I am. I'm suggesting that this would be an effect on the budget, so that's why I asked it.
Can the staff do this without having a consultant?
I have a suggestion. No, I have a suggestion. Since people are concerned about answering their doors, then we have a public meeting where they all can attend, and you can pass the petition out at that point. You know, they can talk about it, and then circulate the petition, and everybody that lives there, you know, doesn't have to worry about someone knocking on their door because we're all in the same room together.
Okay, that's a great idea. Thank you so much. And I have one more question on this. I was wondering if there was, so this is kind of going on to yours, is the cost of doing, have you done like what it would cost us to do in-house compost or versus what?
What page number?
Oh, it's 101, page 101. Like if you did, have you done the analysis on in-house composting versus contractor? It's kind of building off of what my colleague said here. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we've done some research on that, and we could, if we had the land, if we had ownership of this property that we're trying to really acquire maybe down the road, we need, you know, about as big as this room right here. We need a location as big as this room to do our own food scrap. Now, if we did municipalities, we'd need more room. So we really need space to look at it, but we have looked at what is necessary for that. And there have been grants out there, but we haven't been able to take advantage of that because we don't have the space to do it. Our yard is packed jammed, and the compost yard is as well. But we have looked at it, and you know, it's not all that complicated.
Yeah.
So.
To save money, remember in the last Four Cities meeting, I think Byron Heights, they offered some space somewhere. Maybe you can reach out to them. I think there was a discussion. I can't remember exactly. So that way, we don't need to use our space. We can use their space. And it might work the same way the street sweeping program actually works.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Jacob, right? Are you done? Maria?
So I saw that there was well, first off, Department of Public Works, amazing job. That's all we hear from across all of our residents, and I just want to thank you and Mr. Pacifico for their leadership. Truly, I mean, it's beyond the snow; it's everything. So thank you.
Thank you.
I saw that there was a request for 2 more like electronic messaging systems, the big ones. What's the plan on their usage?
I know that there's a request for the message boards. Earlier, we talked about that.
Yeah, we have 2 message boards, I believe, and it's in the communications department's budget. It's actually in the CIP. But yes, that conversation came up about getting some additional message boards. So right now in the CIP, we have two basically for $35,000 each. I mean, they're not cheap. They may come in a little bit more expensive than that, but we probably can find some dollars to make up the difference.
Forgive me, I thought those were in Department of Public Works. So
We have 2 for our traffic management when we're working and those kind of things, and we do put ours out, but I think this is a separate
okay.
Advertising events or things like that, I believe, but.
Great, thank you. Sorry about the confusion. In terms of the bicycling and pedestrian safety, we received a presentation maybe, I don't know, a month and a half ago about some recommendations that BPAC put forward. There was I think there was one on Edgewood near Hollywood Elementary School, and then one over in College Park Woods. In the spirit of those recommendations, do we require additional funding for finishing out the bicycle lanes on Rhode Island Avenue or anywhere else that we may need traffic mitigation measures?
Yeah, I saw the recommendations from BPAC, and one thing that we are pursuing, because in 2027, we're looking at resurfacing at Edgewood Road, and they were interested in to see what the bike lane would look like between the curb and the parking lane. Do I need money for that? I think we're good right now. And Rhode Island Avenue, that's closed out, and we're just looking to do some additional buffering with flex posts.
Okay. And then finally, in terms of the snow, Director Marsili, obviously we're recognized in the DMV area. I'm wondering, last year we had a lot more snow than the year before. Is it in our planning process that we're looking as to where we're dumping the snow? Because I know that chemicals get placed out there. Are we looking to partner with the university or the county? Or should we be looking long-term for property for that particular reason?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We haven't gotten a major snowfall in some time, but it's coming. But yeah, we need to start that process. We have a map, our own map at our facility on where we would put snow in College Park, where we push it if we would get over a foot of snow. But we need snow, we need a snow dump is what we need, several. And I think the University of Maryland, we need to reach out to them. Prince George's County, they're gonna have the same problem. They're all gonna have the same problem. So if we can partner with them on where they take their snow and dump it, that's what we need to do, and we'll do that. I think the last time they got a major snow here, 2 feet of snow, I believe, in 16. I think they just pushed it, and in the middle of winter, it's not going anywhere quick. And it's a major undertaking to haul snow, okay? That's a big deal. We would need, additional assistance with that. And we have a placeholder for that in our budget as well. But where we dump it, yeah, we need to identify those this off-season.
Thank you.
Jacob, Susan?
Just a quick question, clarification on those signboards. Are we saying that the $35,000 per board is the cost of the ones that we currently have? Or are these a new board that's more of a messaging board?
So the ones that he's talking about are those variable sign messaging board, like you see the police use, like that are on roads. The one I'm talking about is ones that would be more permanent, stationary, that would have kind of what's going on in the city, events, that kind of thing, or notices to push out. So different, totally different usage.
Got it. That's what I thought. It's like the ones that they have at the entrance to Lake Artemisia, essentially, that MNCPPC
Yeah, this is more.
have.
Yeah,
Okay.
mine would be more for like pedestrian or people in the walking by. That one is for cars.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's all the questions you have, looks like. Thank you, Dr.
I have one other
Sorry, Mr.
announcement.
Marcelli.
I have one other announcement that I need to make, and that is that at the cleanup event today, the shredder truck broke down on the way to our facility. So you may hear some concerns about that, but we're going to get a schedule Monday morning for them to come back on the next, hopefully on the next cleanup date. So we apologize for that, but
It happens. Excellent, right?
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. All right, so we are done with all the presentation. So, and we come to the very last item, which is City Council discussion on wrap up. And this is the time we may discuss any budget wish items. I know we have been discouraging ourselves not to ask too many things because our budget is tight. Before we get into it, Mr. Fields or Mr. Young, can you please tell us how much surplus money we can play with?
I wouldn't.
If you have any.
And I always have an issue dealing with it as surplus conversation, but as me and Mr. Fields have looked at it a little bit more, we're always having to find revenue to replace the additional expenses that we're adding into the budget, right? So, but we have between probably about $250,000 to $500,000 worth of wiggle room that the council, that we would feel okay with, that we can make managed and still have a balanced budget without increasing the tax rate.
I guess to that, I agree with that. I just wanted to say what, I guess a little further with what the city manager said. If we can, let's refer to it as fund balance, appropriated fund balance. It's, it may come from year-end surplus or year-end excess, but that's really fund balance, and it gets a little bit, not confusing, but it's technically fund balance, so if we can refer to it as we're using fund balance, that's,
Okay,
I would appreciate it. Helps clean up the budget
instead
document.
of surplus. Okay, we'll use that money. Sorry, that term, fund balance instead of
Thank you.
surplus. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Young and Mr. Fields. If I can speak for some of my colleagues, we were not prepared to come with an ask because we heard you clearly that you wanted to deliver us the budget, and that was it. And so if the discussion is now items for a wish list, I would think it would be unfair for us to put anything on the table without my colleagues from District 2 having their discussion, me having a discussion with my colleague, District 3 having a discussion. And I don't want to prolong this, but I just think, again, I didn't come prepared at all to ask,
No, I
just to
understand
pass
that.
the budget.
I understand that. Yeah, we have been discouraging ourselves not to ask. This is not like other years' budget. I agree with you.
But let me push a little bit further on the pedal here. Now we're hearing it's $250,000 to $500,000.
Really?
250 at a minimum.
To what? 250 to?
To 500 from appropriated fund balance, so you'd be using money from a fund.
So if it would have.
Finish your thought.
Okay, so now we're talking $250,000 to $500,000 possibly that we could use to either put money for grants for our federal workers for consideration. I know there's money for the steady, quote unquote, for public safety. I know District 4, we have the 34th, but that's a separate thing. So I don't see how there's a path forward today
So there,
giving us, well, let me finish, Mr. Mayor, respectfully, let me finish.
Okay, I thought you were done.
Thank you. To say today what I want as an item, I think it's not prudent, and I think it would not be the best interest for us to move forward today. Let us have our own council discussions about what we want.
Let me offer some suggestions. So I'm looking at the budget calendar, and the staff has put together two possible dates. So there could be a possible continuation of budget work session, and this kind of discussions can happen, which could be on the next meeting, April 8th. And I see that is already packed, right? And there is also could be another amendment type discussions we could have on May 13 if necessary. So if the council as a body doesn't want to discuss it today, we could have actually that discussion one of those 2 days in the future. Jacob?
Might I make a suggestion? I know that we have a very stringent calendar when it comes to the budget. Why can't we just have a conversation right now amongst ourselves, having gone already through the top line topics?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think one of the items, and a couple of you, including myself, wants to see is some assistance for our federal workers. Instead of putting any dollar figures, maybe you can think of some figures and we can make an adjustment in one of those meetings in the future, before we adopt the budget.
Wouldn't that be like a whole program that we would have to create, like with rules and regulations, or is that like in a contingency?
It could be a kind of continuation of our emergency funds we have,
Okay.
$50,000. We augment that funds a little bit more.
Okay.
And it will work in the same way. John?
Yeah, I mean, I hear Ms. Mitchell, and I agree with Ms. Mitchell. I think there may be another path forward that could do a little bit of, move the ball at least a little bit today. And maybe we could find a couple. It seemed like there were consensus around a few items. I could be wrong, but it seems like there were consensus around a few items. Maybe we don't assign monetary values to that, but at least we agree in principle that there's some areas that we would want to look. I think that's one of them. I think economic development might be another one of them. And then, if we wanted to take it a step further, you as mayor could say there is some arbitrary number that each district could use to identify, additional projects, right? Maybe that's $5,000, maybe that's $10,000, maybe that's $2, maybe that's a Starbucks gift card. I'm not quite sure, but and then that would perhaps be enough for people to go away, recognizing that that little amount's not going to make a big difference in terms of projects. But I don't think. Well, and this is where we get into policy discussion, but I don't think pulling more than we have to from our fund balance this year is a good year given,
If we can,
where
keep
we're
them.
headed.
Right, if we can keep them, it's better. All right, any other kind of high-level discussion? Let's not put any money today. Maybe you can have that changes later.
Well, sure. I just to add to Councilmember Rigg, like where I think that we had some support across was, and I'm just talking large strategic, right, was probably in noting it, the economic development, the public safety, and the employee bonuses type.
Yeah. Federal employees. Yeah. You mean bonuses?
Yes, for the employees. Remember, it was an item that was overlooked when the council was presented. No. I'm saying at the very beginning, Mr. Young explained that he had missed an item that of including the employee bonuses in the mayor and council discussion.
Can you?
My understanding was that comes from later. That would be a later allocation.
Could be done.
That is how it's been done.
It could be done later. We have done it later. There is other ways also we can utilize our funds, and we usually make those decisions as we get closer to the end of the year. So that is, in some years, we've actually utilized vacancy savings within each of the departments to pay for that, so within each department's budget. I don't know that we have that kind of room this year to be able to do that there and use it in that way. It just depends on, revenues and how they come in throughout the year. We're really going to make that determination if we could do that. But aside from that, what I think is a better route is to always have that dollar amount in there. Whether or not the council decides to utilize it is a whole nother question, but we can always pull that from appropriated fund balance if we need to at a later time. We don't have to do it today.
In total. Okay, Maria.
The teacher goes.
Is the teacher first? Go ahead.
I would just like to say to my colleagues that there's a lot of unknown that's still out there, and I don't think that we've gotten a finalized. Have we gotten a finalized state budget yet? So that there are some unknowns that are there, and what we've also heard is that where the state isn't trying to fund certain things, that the municipalities may feel more of this. So I think we need to be really cautious in working now to spend money where we don't have it in our budget currently and where we have these unknowns that are waiting out there. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Denise?
No, Maria and Susan.
I defer to you.
No, go ahead, Maria.
Maria,
So
Susan, and
this
Denise.
is just also what I wanted to say is I've been taking notes. So we've had a lot of suggestions to increase the costs. With we were saying increase this, increase that, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing because we have many projects we want to do, but I never heard anything about decreasing. And 250,000 to 500,000 didn't seem to cover some of the things that were asked to be increased. So I think that it's also very important that we listen to the residents and that we don't rush ahead, putting the proverbial cart before the horse. We had a lot to take in, and I have an idea of some things that I would like to do, but we also have to think you can't always want to spend stuff unless you're going to be willing not to spend stuff. So I think that we have to think on those issues, that we can't just increase the budget without decreasing it someplace.
Susan. Thank you so much, Susan, and then.
Thank you. Just kind of saying specifically what I think my colleague, Councilmember Rasters was alluding to is just, I asked if we had an estimate of how much it would cost us if the state did decide to shift the cost of running all of the streetlights on Baltimore Avenue to the city. We don't have that estimate yet. We also, it was quoted in the budget that it was going to cost more because we passed the, and I'm very happy we did, the contractor that uses electric lawn care equipment. That's going to be an extra $25,000. And then repeatedly throughout the course of today, we have heard, well, we don't really know what's happening, as far as tariffs, inflation, things like that. It's very unpredictable. It's a very unpredictable environment. And, we've heard calls to increase fund balance, to just make sure that we're covered when something unpredictable happens. That would be my advocacy. And if we move forward with that additional fund balance, and if we find during the course of this year that we do not need those funds and we have a strong need for assistance for, say, our federal workers or other things like that, we can do an amendment to the budget. But I don't think we need to be doing it ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
Alan has.
Okay.
Alan, and then you.
Go ahead.
It's the first time.
Yes, and I want to echo what my District 2 council members are saying. In this time of uncertainty, and we're looking at, I want to say, was it 4 or 5 FTEs? If we can do,
It was 4.
4, okay.
Well, really 3.
Actually, 3.
Oh, 3, because one is a
One is
transfer,
yeah,
right?
Transfer.
If we can look at those 3, the same way we're looking at the assistant city manager, deputy city manager, and starting in January, and only put forth half of that that budget amount, I think that might be a good way to kind of help again save a little bit for this possible rainy day coming up.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, the state will possibly have a special session to go over their budget after Monday, because Monday's signing die. They probably will have to come back to look at their budget. So we are, again, in uncertain times. I would recommend that we just go forward with what we have. All of us agree about, we want to do something for emergency workers, and maybe the city manager can look at that, but we just need to pass this budget as it is. As my colleague Susan said, we can make an amendment when necessary. We can allocate, I was looking at 125,000 of that 250 to 500, and set that to, add that to emergency to make a total of 175,000. But that's it for right now. We have to be the stewards of our money. We are the council members that will have to go out and tell our residents what we're doing. And let us be conservative in our process. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of discussions to be had here, and I don't know if we're all on the same page. I know there's a larger portion on one side, but I guess I just want to understand from a foundational perspective. I don't think you all would have made a recommendation on what fund balance was available for us to talk about if you didn't think conservatively that fund would be available. Just to refresh my memory, I know that fund balance, and I may be messing this up, Mr. Fields, so please help me out, was at 36%, or at least projected to be 36%. And that's like, I want to say it was somewhere north of 3 million, above where the 25% mark was. Am I wrong?
That is different.
I'm not
And
sure.
I know 25% is just a benchmark, and all I'm trying to say is we asked the residents last year to pitch in an additional amount of money into the taxes by increasing the tax rate. I think that we can have a serious conversation. It doesn't have to be today, but and sometime in the near future, where we can look at the services that we can amplify and enhance with the fund balance that was recommended by the city manager and the director of finance. I defer to their expertise as to what they're recommending to us. And it's a window. We don't need to use 500. We don't need to use 200. It's just what they think is safe for us to be able to use.
Please go ahead.
I guess I want to clarify a couple of points, and goes back to Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and just make on the process. With the city manager's responsible by charter, and it's just about every municipality, for bringing city council a proposed budget that is balanced. Now, I have never worked with a city manager, this one included, who considers bringing a proposed budget balanced by fund balance. Last year, that's why we had the proposed tax rate increase. He does not propose to use fund balance in the budget. So the budget was balanced. It's been, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're done with, I talked about personal property tax earlier. Yeah, now we know there's a little bit more money. There may be some places we haven't analyzed there's less. But what I discussed yesterday with the city manager, there were some, they weren't asked yet. There was just sounded like a desire from city council members, some to, could we add things to the budget? Also, there's been a practice here since I got here. It was called the wish list. It had been done for a long time. I was like, I talked to the then city manager. I got away from saying wish list. It became council request. So I didn't like the wish. Last year, again, I think the city manager and I are on the same page. I'm not speaking, but pretty sure. But last year we changed it to district request so that 2 of you, were coming with the request rather than 9. So anyway, all that said, the recommended budget, the proposed budget from the city manager, it was with 0 fund balance. As with everything, city council has the authority to change that. So I'll say for me, I'm not recommending to use any fund balance. Again, it doesn't mean that it won't be there, but that's not, as a finance director, I don't want to do that, and it's not I wouldn't bring that to you and say, hey, use fund balance here. There would be some other financing sources. So I think I'll stop there. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all.
Ray, please. Mine is more of a procedural question for the council here, is because I've heard from colleagues, we want to discuss the expenditures, we want to discuss whether, do we accept this as is, do we add, do we subtract, so I just want to be sure either we're having a conversation now and what are the parameters, or we're not, and this is how the parameters, this is how it will go going forward. I mean, we are at 1:30, but I just want to be sure that I'm clear about what the procedure is.
So looks like there's a sense from some of my colleagues, some of our colleagues, that would like to slow down this decision process, and maybe once the state budget is passed, and then our budget will be adopted by the city council on May 20th meeting, and that is the last time we can make amendments, so we have time. We don't need to do it today.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the process of this budget as it is been presented to us for today.
Second.
Further discussion is this. We have a budget. It's been given to us as a proposed balanced budget. There are too many unknowns and uncertainties. We do not have ARPA. We don't have anybody giving us any money to help us make a cushion to fund from one fiscal year to another. We need to be steadfast and committed to making sure we provide a balanced budget, but also looking at the people who are sitting in front, across the table from us, who are the directors, who have staff. We need to make sure that they have their staff to do the job that we want them to continue to do. And I just think this is the best path forward.
Okay, thank you. Maria?
I respectfully disagree. One of the things that we've said is we've been saying that we want to add money for federal workers. We want to add money for different things with economic development. And nowhere have we said that we're going to cut money anywhere. So we were given a balanced budget, but today we've been adding to that budget. So I'm saying to myself, where is this money going to come from? Please let me finish. And so we'll pass a budget, but we still don't know where the money's going to come from. And yes, we are living in precarious times, and we need to be conservative. Maybe we need to be conservative and not go forward with everything that we want and step back and say, we can't do this year. Or maybe we can do this part way and put that out. So I'm not ready to pass this budget.
Ray?
Also, as a new council member, I would want to be having a lot more conversation about what's been presented to us, and I feel a responsibility in our mandate to be good stewards of the city's money, and obviously to set priorities too. I mean, that's part of our job as elected representatives. So I welcome a lot more robust discussion about some of these different pieces, some of which were raised in questions beforehand, some of which we talked about today. So I would certainly not move forward with anything passing a budget today.
Yeah, so as a body, anyone from the body can make any amendment when we adopt the budget. So, I mean, it's up to the body, you can make the changes. So it's not like the end of the road. Thank you.
May I just clarify? The budget that has been presented to the mayor and council doesn't add anything new. It's straightforward. So there's nothing that has been added new. I just want to clarify that statement. If I misspoke, I will say that now.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Is it in a work session, we don't typically pass a motion. We can take straw polls, but
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't, that
Yeah.
there's no expectation that we take a binding vote on this
No,
today.
no.
Okay.
That's the way we have been doing in the past work sessions. We took straw polls to see, just to see the sentiment of the body. Jacob, I think you're right.
No, this happens every year, or in the past 2 years that I've been here, where we get to the end here, and it's just needs a little bit more refinement in the process. I think that I share Councilmember Mackey and Councilmember Raymond? Ranker, sorry. Ranker's position, so just so everyone knows.
So let's just stop there unless you want to continue the conversation. In the budget calendar, staff was suggesting, if necessary, again, it's a big term, if necessary, we can have a continuation of budget discussion in the next meeting. What do you think? What does the council think? Should we continue? Susan?
In past years, we have met for all of Saturday, like till 4 or 5, as I recall. I would love to hear if council members have proposals for what they want to cut from the budget and what they want to add. If they have specific ideas for that right now, I think it would be,
So you're gonna have that conversation right now?
I don't see any reason not to.
Did you see some cookies
personally.
coming? I mean,
I second that.
I'm sure. Yeah, this is the time we can continue unless there is any appetite to adjourn the meeting. I think we can have another hour maybe. Susan, do you want to continue? Here.
I think my colleagues have suggestions.
Okay, Jacob, please go ahead.
I do. I have suggestions, and I don't know what's the best format, Mr. Mayor, so defer to your direction here. But, okay, let me actually turn to Mr. Young, raising his hand.
I think it might be more productive if we looked at one of our future meetings, like the April 22nd, where we bring the budget ordinance and we introduce it. If that would give the council members time to have discussions and about any changes to the budget that you want to see. And just to remind you, if you all can't come to consensus and agreement, the city manager's proposed budget becomes the adopted budget of the city. So if there's a way that we would be able to help assist and provide some clarification to council up to that April 22nd meeting, I think we as staff would be more than willing to work with council members about those suggestions that you all may have, and that would give you all time to have those discussions amongst yourself.
Thank you. I know a couple of us had a concern that we did not come prepared for this kind of discussion, so that might be giving us some opportunity, as city manager is suggesting. What do you think to hold up the discussion today and then have it on April 22nd? Does it suggest?
Could I add to the city manager's comments? If you go back to last year, if you remember, we had a significantly higher budget or property tax increase. We needed to get the budget ordinance introduced. We introduced it with the city manager's recommended budget. After the public hearing or in between, y'all decided to reduce it. So this today is not passing a budget at all. It's not adopting until May 20th. So
we have plenty of time. Yeah,
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. What do you think? We wait until April 22nd when the budget ordinance will be introduced. At that night, we can probably have some conversation whether we need to make change, either adding something or taking out something. Luchitra.
I think that's a good plan moving forward. I do want to stress, though, I think that there needs to be some real conversations and understanding before we get there, and having an understanding of how we're going to move forward, because what I do not want to see is us sitting in the midst of that meeting going back and forth without even having an idea of how we'd like to move forward. And I'm not saying that everyone needs to agree. I'm saying that we understand what's going to be put forward.
Susan?
Yes, with last year, which was a rather contentious budget process, as I recall, the way we proceeded was for anyone who had alternate proposals to basically present any cuts and additions that they wanted to see, with a reference to the line item and the page that they appeared in the budget. And then that would be shared beforehand so that everyone could digest it before we got to that meeting. And I would suggest we do that going forward.
That is a very good suggestion. Thank you. Jacob?
Oh, I just didn't know if we wanted to do that right now. Like, I just broke down the numbers. But I think it would be much easier to do it in an Excel sheet and send it around, just to get everybody else's inputs and, like, to see where we can overlap our One College Park strategy.
Sure. Please send that to Mr. Fields, and he did a pretty good job, actually both of you. And then he can make a master list of the pluses and minuses. John?
Just a suggestion. I'm wondering if my colleagues would have an appetite for having sort of one for each district so that we don't wind up, so we have fewer things that we have to consider, I guess.
Yeah, there are some items could be citywide, and most of the items, most likely, if there are any district related. So that is a good suggestion. Instead of having individual council member coming, having 2 council members in each district propose.
We might have like different things or things that overlap across the city outside of the district. My stuff isn't just district. Like, I'm trying to look at the citywide, and that's the only reason why I disagree.
Understood. Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to look for ways to use the time more efficiently, because I missed the most exciting meeting last year. But it seems like it was in large part because there were 9 people with 9 different ideas and 9 different proposals and slugging it out. So I'm trying to think of ways to make it, make suggestions that would create a little bit more order to that process.
Yeah, this year things should be better, I think, more, because you don't have much money to play with. Maria?
I appreciate the idea of stepping back and coming together with ideas in a later time. So I appreciate that. I appreciate my colleagues bringing that idea forward. I also, I've only heard from one resident in an email and a few passerbys while I'm taking a walk. I really think that I know that they get an opportunity to come and testify, but I also think that they deserve to be able to come and speak to me before I make any decisions today. So that's why I was feeling very uncomfortable moving forward with not having the opportunity to engage with my residents. So I would hope that we would all try to make ourselves, I know that everyone on this platform here does make themselves very available to their residents. So I would hope that we could do that and then come together at the date in April. So I support that, and I thank my colleagues for bringing that idea forward.
Thank you. Ray?
And I especially want to thank our city staff for the time and effort that they've put into this. I've just been appreciating, your answering of questions, especially for me as a new person here. I know that there's more questions that'll come up, and I know I will at least commit to trying to do that well ahead of the 22nd, so that we're coming with something, some concrete stuff to work off of. So, thank you all, and that's why I also would propose that now be a time to adjourn the conversation.
Second.
We have another motion on the floor that has not been voted on.
So is that a motion? John?
We had another motion on the floor that had not addressed.
Which motion?
Ms. Mitchell's motion, it was seconded by Susan.
But that is a work session, right? I don't think.
We gotta acknowledge one motion, we gotta acknowledge the other.
So the work session motion, only motion you can have during work session is to adjourn, right? This is not a regular meeting. Yeah. Okay, so motion moved by Ray, right? And seconded by John. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? We are adjourned. Thank you all for coming. It's wonderful.